A millionaire woke up in a forest among ravenous wolves. But when he remembered about his wife, mother-in-law, and inheritance MP4. It was starting to get light quickly when the car pulled onto a stretch of road that passed by a wide forest belt. The girl was very nervous. Streams of sweat were streaming down her face. In the thick fog, she saw the car they were following turn off to the side. "Stop here, please," asked the passenger. "Here, take this." She handed the money to the taxi driver and quickly ran towards the forest belt. It was early morning and the motorway was empty. She cautiously crept behind the first rows of trees until she reached the dirt road where the black Land Rover had turned off. She lurked behind a large bush. After about 20 minutes, the car pulled back onto the road and turned round, heading into town. The girl stopped, breathing out of fear. She came to her senses about 10 minutes later and, looking round, ran in the direction from which the Land Rover had come. The small forest was still asleep, and here and there she could hear birds singing. The girl heard a wolf howl and stopped. Her whole body trembled violently. Fear so gripped her that she could not move. She heard the crunch of a branch, and the girl ran forward. "Ben, where are you?" she shouted softly. "Ben." Tears ran down her cheeks. There was no answer, and the girl began to peer into the bushes. Suddenly she noticed how in one place the branches were pinned to the ground. On woozy legs she went there. The howling of the wolves intensified. "Ben." The girl shouted at the top of her voice. "Where are you? Please answer me." After about 5 minutes, she came to a small clearing. It was getting light, and the girl saw the clear outlines of trees. There was something lying near one of them. "Ben." The girl shrilled and rushed forward, but after a few meters her legs gave out and she fell. "I beg you, bear with me. I'm coming." She crawled forward. Her legs stopped obeying her, and she grabbed the branches of the bushes with all her might. The girl crawled to the wheelchair, near which a man was lying. He, with eyes that could not see the world, looked somewhere upwards. "Well, for such an event, we should have a drink," Andrew suggested, and quickly got 2 glasses and a bottle of wine from the cupboard. Yes, it was a complicated affair. Ben Wilson wiped his face with a handkerchief. He still couldn't believe they had managed to get such a good deal. "Ben, what did you want?" "We work honestly. We know how to negotiate." The deputy looked at the director. "So it's a well-deserved victory." Yeah, Ben sighed. "You know, Andrew, there's one thing I don't understand. Well, if they were ready to sign a contract with us from the very beginning, why all these tricks? To boost their self-esteem in their own eyes." Andrew sighed. "Our people can't work in a business-like manner. They want you to crawl on your knees and beg. It's all pointless, of course, but there's nothing you can do about it. That's the mentality of our people, but at least most of them." Ben Wilson had been in the medium-sized business for over 7 years. His factory produced a wide variety of garden tools. The assortment was not bad, so each year the scale of production increased. With small wholesalers, everything went well, but as soon as it came to large chain shops, so here negotiations were conducted for months and took a lot of effort. The richer people were, the more picky and capricious they were. And it was not easy to do business with them. So it happened with one big businessman who wore out all the nerves of Ben and his team, and still he eventually signed a contract with them. And to our professionalism. Andrew raised his glass. "Ben, stop worrying, everything's fine." "I'm sorry, I'm very tired," sighed the director. "I'm going to see the guys and I'll probably go home." "Come on. If there's anything urgent, I'll call you." Ben walked round the workshops and, satisfied that everything was going well, headed for his car. "Kate, are you home?" The man dialed his wife's number. "I'll be home early today." "Ben, Mom and I are going downtown. We want to walk around the city a bit," the wife replied. "I'll see you tonight." Ben looked at his watch. It was the beginning of 4. Mr. Ben Wilson sighed. He wished he could forget about everything now and spend the rest of the day with Kate. But she wasn't home again. The gate opened and the man drove into the yard. He saw several people rummaging in the garden. "Tom, hello," said the landlord, raising his hand in the air. "You're doing well." He headed towards his gardener. "Mr. Ben Wilson, "Good afternoon," smiled broadly at the old man. "You are early today." "Yes, I want to rest," Ben replied. "Why haven't you gone yet?" He glanced at his watch. "Yes, Mrs. Caroline Smith didn't like the way I cut the lawn. She made me redo it." "Drop it," said the landlord and began to walk round the garden. "She's at it again. She's got everyone in a tizzy. Go home, I'll talk to her." The old man picked up his tools and headed towards the farmhouse. Ben watched him. Mrs. Smith had given him a hard time over the years. His mother-in-law had never been a friendly person. Everything had to be her way, and she wasn't interested in the rest. Ben made himself some flavored tea and went into his study. The servants had already dispersed. Only in the kitchen the cook and his assistant were still preparing dinner. "How I long to forget everything for a while," said the man aloud. "I've been so busy." He laid his head on the table, but a moment later there was a knock at his door. "Come in," he said loudly, and a cook with disheveled hair came in. "Mr. Ben, I forgot to ask you, what shall we do with the fish you brought?" the cook asked anxiously. "Mrs. Smith gave us quite a scandal this morning. She told us to throw it away." "Why?" The landlord couldn't understand. "It was fresh. I caught it yesterday." "I don't know," the man replied dryly. "She said the whole house smells of fish now." "Roast it for dinner tonight," Ben said. "I'll eat it with you with great gusto." "And Mrs. Smith?" "Let her eat what she wants. I don't care." It was about 7 o'clock in the evening. There was a noise downstairs, which was followed by Mrs. Caroline Smith shrieking. "I told you to throw that stinking fish away," she broadcast. "Now it stinks all over the house." "What's the matter?" Mr. Ben Wilson came down to the living room. "What's the matter?" "I asked Mr. Stone to cook fish for dinner." "Ben, you know I can't stand the smell of fish." Mrs. Smith turned up her nose. "I'm going to be sick." "Ben, what are you, like a little boy, really?" Kate looked at him unhappily. "I wonder if it's all right when Mrs. Smith orders fish in a restaurant," said the son-in-law unhappily. "Why, when I come back from fishing, she has only one thing on her mind: to throw my fish away as quickly as possible. But she does not sit in the restaurant kitchen, where they fry fish." "You don't care about my mum at all," Kate shouted. Ben said nothing. Inwardly, he was even glad that tonight he would spend his dinner with the cook and his assistant. "Mr. Stone, Sam, thank you from the bottom of my heart." The host licked his lips in pleasure. "The fish is delicious. Too bad it'll be cold tomorrow. But it's all right, I'll offer it to the boys for lunch. It will be delicious even in this form. Look at all the fried caviar left." The master talked to the men for a while and went up to his room. He looked into his wife Kate's room. "How are you?" he asked. "What have you been doing today?" He wanted to hug the woman, but she pulled away. "You don't like my mum?" She pouted. "What did she do to you? Do you always yell at her?" "Kate, what are you doing? What did I say to her?" The husband interrogated in amazement. But the woman remained cold, and Ben, after waiting a while, went to his room. "Is this family life?" he muttered to himself. "She has her own room, I have mine. Sometimes I think it would have been better if I hadn't married. It's been 5 years now, but there's still no change in my love life." The man lay down in bed and closed his eyes. He saw himself standing in the center of a large hall. The presentation was over, and Mr. Ben Wilson and his manager were talking to an entrepreneur. He had 3 garden shops and wanted to take a small shipment from the businessman. Wilson and several other gardening suppliers were making a presentation to interested parties. "Yes, I'm happy with your terms," said the man. "Then my secretary and I will come to see you next week." It was Wednesday when a familiar man appeared in Mr. Ben Wilson's office, accompanied by a very glamorous young woman. "Kate will be assisting me," the entrepreneur introduced the stranger. During the discussion of the contract, Wilson looked at the girl every now and then. She seemed not to notice him. "Well, I proposed to celebrate our meeting with lunch in a cafe." Ben suggested that after the business was finished. The businessman agreed, and the company went to the nearest restaurant. After lunch, Wilson did not even want to say goodbye to his new acquaintance. Despite the hard work, the man from time to time had romantic relationships, but he never got married. Fortunately, a few days later, the entrepreneur sent Wilson his secretary with documents. Ben did not miss this opportunity. He wanted to get to know Kate better. "Can I invite you to lunch?" Wilson asked shyly. "Please do not refuse." But Kate refused. She cited the fact that she had to go back to work. "What about the weekend?" Ben looked her in the eye. "I promise we won't talk business. We'll have a friendly get-together." The girl wondered. What was in her head, Wilson did not know, but she, to his delight, agreed. "What do you do besides work?" Ben asked her when they met at the cafe. "I won't lie. Work takes up all my time," Kate sighed. "Unfortunately, I live with my mom, who is very ill. So I have to work hard to support myself," and Kate said. "What about her?" Ben immediately asked. "Is it something serious?" "She's in hospital. She has a thyroid problem," Kate said. "She's living on pills, and they're expensive." "I'm sorry," Wilson sighed. "Kate, is there anything I can do to help you?" "Yes, what can you do?" she asked with annoyance in her voice. "If I could find a high-paying job, I would have given up my secretarial position a long time ago. Not only is it low-paying, but it takes up all my energy. You can have a quiet conversation. But there are those who immediately make a huge scandal." "I understand," Ben sighed. "We have such companions too. And there's no such thing as a perfect job. There are problems everywhere, but in some industries perhaps less than in others." Kate objected. "Yin?" After meeting with the girl, Wilson thought about it. He wanted to help her. The man decided to see if he could offer her something in his company, but it never came to that. After the first meeting, there was a second and another. And Ben didn't even notice how he fell in love with Kate. The man wondered what it was about her that drew him to her. Maybe it was her efficiency, or maybe he was attracted by the fact that the girl kept her distance. She didn't impose on Wilson, didn't hint at anything. And in general, it seemed that she did not care. But nevertheless, after 2 months of dating, Ben confessed his love to Kate. The girl was very embarrassed. She did not give an answer immediately, but asked Wilson to wait. For a fortnight, the man just went crazy. And when Kate called him and said yes, he felt the happiest in the world. "Ben, you have to meet my mom," the girl said afterwards. "I've already informed her that we're in a serious relationship." "I don't mind," he agreed. "Let me invite you to dinner at my place," said Ben. "I'll organize it. It'll be better than the most expensive restaurant." Mr. Wilson's parents lived far away. Many years ago, when Ben was still a student, he decided to stay in New York, and to his great surprise, he managed to establish himself there. Wilson was very nervous. He realized that his life probably depended on this meeting, but for some reason he did not like Mrs. Caroline Smith at first sight. The guest behaved in a way that made her seem arrogant, and Ben sensed it. "Ben, what a splendid house you have." Kate's mother looked round with delight. "Yes, you are to be envied. It's not like our one-room flat. If I could work, we could probably buy a house. But all my poor girl has to do is work to get by." Wilson pushed the unpleasant thoughts away and tried to do his best to please Mrs. Smith. She, in turn, showered him with compliments all evening and praised her daughter. "Ben, if a man as reliable as you had suggested marriage to Kate, I would have said yes at once," she said at dinner. The girl was silent most of the evening. It seemed to Wilson that she was thinking about something. "Kate, did something happen to you?" asked the host. "You look very worried." "Yes, there was a problem at work." "There's a paperwork issue," she said calmly. "I'm sorry, I just want to forget about everything. But it's not working." "Mrs. Smith, I can honestly tell you that my wife won't be working," Ben said. "That's very commendable," the woman smiled. "Only true loving husbands can respect their wives like that." Kate blushed. She looked at her mother and Wilson. Then she looked away and thought. After this meeting, Ben decided for himself that Kate would be his wife, and he would finally marry. The wedding was a grand affair. On the bride's side, only her mother and a few friends were present. A month before the wedding, Kate quit her job and afterwards moved in with Ben. Naturally, her husband took her mother as well. For the first few months, Mr. Wilson flew with happiness. But then Mrs. Caroline Smith took over the household, and her disgruntled voice was constantly heard in the house. Ben tried to talk to her, but she immediately became unwell. And then Kate would give her husband a scandal. "Ben, you know she has a thyroid problem," she scolded. "She has an unstable emotional state, so she sometimes breaks down. But after all, she doesn't scream like a madwoman. She's just making remarks to the servants." And for 3 years, Wilson let it all happen. But then he caught Smith red-handed, so to speak, a few times. Once his mother-in-law had sacked the maid for some reason only she knew. Ben sighed but didn't interfere. 3 days later, he was still in his study when voices were heard downstairs. Mrs. Smith was saying something unpleasant to a stranger who looked to be about 27 or 30 years old. "Well, if you're not ready to stay after work and correct your mistakes," Wilson heard, "then you're not suitable for us." "And why should I clean badly?" replied the girl timidly. "I know my job. I have experience." "Because for the kind of salary I'm offering, everything should be perfect," Mrs. Smith said angrily. The hostess showed her hand for the guest to leave the house. The girl looked through her bag and her hands for a few seconds, and without answering, went to the front door. "Wait," she heard a man's voice. "You have been hired," Ben said loudly, and looked intently into his mother-in-law's eyes. "I'm the boss." Mrs. Smith wanted to contradict him, but she was afraid to. Her face was flushed because her insides were boiling. "There will be no overwork," Wilson added. "Even if you make mistakes, that's okay. I'll never make you work late here," said Mr. Ben Wilson. "Can't you see that this person is not suitable for us?" said the mother-in-law at last. "I'm better at housekeeping than you are." "What's your name?" Ignoring her mother-in-law's words, the host turned to the guest. "Samantha," she answered timidly. "I have references. I worked as a maid for 3 years. If you are ready, then start work today, please," Ben said calmly, and left the house. Mrs. Caroline Smith whispered curses to herself. Then she looked at Samantha with such hatred that she flinched. Samantha, the cook, called to the new girl, "The master is a good man, but his mother-in-law is a real fool. But if Ben personally took you in, you don't have to be afraid of her." The girl tried her best to clean the house in such a way that there would be no complaints against her. But Mrs. Smith found something to complain about. "You haven't cleaned the drawing room properly," she said, pointing her finger. "What was that?" Samantha stared at her in bewilderment. She couldn't understand what the landlady wanted from her. Ben's mother-in-law had followed the girl around that day. She made sure the new maid was so winded that she wouldn't show up for work the next day. But the next day, Samantha was already doing her chores first thing in the morning, as she was supposed to do. Mrs. Smith looked at her angrily. And if she hadn't been warned by her master this morning, she would probably have quit her job on the second day. "Samantha, I don't care what Mrs. Smith wants," Ben said before leaving. "You were hired by me. That's why you're my responsibility." At lunchtime, the landlady deliberately spilled coffee on the carpet and threw a big tantrum. "You did it," the cleaner replied calmly. "That stain wasn't here 5 minutes ago." "How dare you accuse me?" Mrs. Smith shouted at the house. "You're nobody here." Mrs. Smith shouted. Samantha said nothing. She defiantly began to scrub the stain. The woman shouted something else at her for a long time. Almost 2 years had passed, but Mrs. Smith had never been able to fire anyone since. If anyone ever left Mr. Wilson's house, it was of their own accord. Ben shuddered and opened his eyes. He felt a little ashamed of his inner discontent. He had everything the average man could only dream of. Oh, and Kate appeared to be very calm. She seldom quarreled with her husband. Ben often took her to various meetings and many times listened to flattering compliments about her. "Mr. Wilson, your wife is divine," a partner once told him. "You could move mountains for a woman like that." But Ben didn't have to do that. Kate never gave him reason to doubt herself. All their fights were about her mother. But Ben had stopped paying attention to that in time. The only thing that weighed on him was the fact that they had no children. Kate was almost 30, and Wilson was starting to worry about that. Ben. But we're trying, his wife once told him. "You shouldn't be panicking." It's just not the right time yet. After the wedding, Ben immediately forbade his wife to work. She had a lot of arguments with him about it at first. "Ben, but I cannot sit in four walls," Kate said. "Well, if you don't want me to work, then let me do some volunteer work." "What are you going to do?" my husband wondered. "Delivering food to poor people's homes." "But you can do a lot of things now," she objected. "You can organize holidays for sick children, buy them presents and clothes. I can take a few families into my care and help them." "Well, if that's what you want to do, that's fine," Ben agreed. "Just tell me how much money you'll need a month." "Yes, I've already calculated it," she said. Mr. Wilson perked up. He looked at Kate in bewilderment. "What did you think?" She understood his surprise. "They won't give me anything for free in the shop." "All right," the man sighed. "So be it, if it makes you happy. I'll do it." Kate happily threw herself on his neck. So the girl organized a small charity fund, and since she worked all the time, she was hardly ever home during the day. "Kate, will you get there soon with your volunteering?" Mrs. Smith said at dinner one night. "Ben, at least tell her." "Mum, come on," her daughter objected. "I like my job very much, and you're the boss of the house. I don't meddle in your affairs." "Really, Mrs. Smith, if it gives Kate pleasure to help others, let her do it," said the son-in-law. "I don't put much money into it." As time went on, another problem arose. Kate had become so tired from her work that she had converted one of the guest rooms into her bedroom. Ben didn't like that very much. But where husband and wife, Ben resisted. "It's not like I'm going to come to your place at night." "Ben, don't worry, I'll fulfill my duties," laughed the wife. "I'm sorry, I'm so tired that at the end of the day I don't want to see anyone. You work with people yourself, so you must understand." "Yes, I understand," sighed Wilson. "How are we going to have children?" "We'll find time for that," Kate kissed her husband. For example, now Ben closed the door and threw himself on the bed. He began to embrace his wife with passion. At last he fell asleep. His sleep was restless. The man kept tossing and turning and opening his eyes. "When will I finally get some sleep?" Ben grumbled unhappily when he got up in the morning. It was one of the few days they had breakfast as a family. Kate was usually still asleep when her husband left for work. "So, why don't we go away this weekend?" he suggested. "It's been a while since we've been out." "Come on," Kate seconded him. "I suggest we go go-karting. I've been a few times and I really enjoyed it." "You want to go go-karting?" My husband was surprised. "Well, I don't mind. Mrs. Smith, are you coming with us?" "God forbid." The mother-in-law waved her hands in the opposite direction. "Don't even think of trying to persuade me." "All right, then, we'll go together, we'll race you," laughed Kate. Mr. Wilson was eagerly waiting for them to go karting. Kate asked her husband if he could buy the whole track for an hour so they wouldn't be disturbed. Ben happily agreed. It was warm September weather, and the couple were driving out of town in anticipation. Both were rubbing their hands together. Kate was smiling at the thought. "And what will happen to me if I overtake you?" Ben's eyes sparkled. "I'll do whatever you want," Kate replied flirtatiously. "All right. You try to outrun me. I'm sure you can't." Mr. Wilson excitedly pulled into the car park, which was empty. A few minutes later, a stout young man came out to them. He immediately gave their surname and led the way to two go-karts. "This is for you, Mr. Wilson." He pointed to the racing car with his hand. "And this pink one is for your wife." "I'll show you, shall I?" Ben jumped in his go-kart. "I'm going to beat you to the punch." The cars started at the same time and Kate was in the lead. Ben gave her a bit of a head start. The woman took her time. She didn't want to squeeze out all the speed. For a few laps they did. But then Ben started to pick up speed and got in line with his wife. At one corner he overtook her. Kate tried to catch up with him. Then Mr. Wilson maxed out and went full speed ahead. Ben didn't realize what had happened. He only felt that the car was no longer obeying him. A moment later he felt a somersault. Then another cart slammed into the car and pushed him forward. Everything was spinning before Mr. Wilson's eyes. He wanted to get out of the car, but he couldn't. Some voices were heard. The man opened his eyes. Everything was blurred. He lost consciousness. An hour and a half later, an ambulance finally arrived and Ben was rolled into the car on a stretcher. His wife was fussing with the doctors. She was crying, asking them something. "Is he going to live?" Mr. Wilson said. He couldn't open his eyes. His body seemed lifeless. "I don't know yet," replied the doctor. "We're doing everything we can," he said dryly. And Ben was taken to the intensive care unit. He didn't remember much of what happened next. He was coming round, and then he lost consciousness again. He heard voices beside him. He overcorrected and lost control. Kate's voice came to him. "Jesus, what are these maps for?" Somebody was indignant. "Why don't they ban them? There's enough trouble in life to go around. And here someone needs adrenaline." 3 days later, Mr. Wilson finally came to his senses. There was no one around him. He moved his lips, called out for someone. A woman in a white coat came over. "What happened to me?" he asked the doctor with difficulty. "My wife and I went go-karting." "Unfortunately, we crashed," the doctor replied. "It's very rare, but you were lucky. You could have been killed." "When I get out of here, I want to get up," Ben asked. "I feel like I can't feel my legs." "Unfortunately, your spine is badly damaged," sighed the doctor. "It's unlikely you'll be able to walk." Ben said nothing. He only looked at the doctor pleadingly. Tears ran down his cheeks. In the evening, Kate arrived. She was already aware of it. The woman was crying all the time. "I'm sorry, Ben," she sobbed. "It's all my fault. Why did I suggest we go there? I've ruined you." "Kate, it wasn't your fault," her husband reassured her. "I was the one who stepped on the gas." "It's all my fault." But the woman's behavior was impeccable. She seemed to be going crazy. It made Ben uncomfortable. He didn't want to see anyone. And then there was Kate's tantrums. "You should be thankful you're still alive," a doctor once told a patient. "None of us could make any guarantees in the beginning." Ben gathered all his will into a fist and ordered himself to move on. Already in the hospital, he went back to his work. His deputy, Andrew, came to see him and they discussed all working points as far as possible. After 2 months, Mr. Wilson was discharged from the hospital, and he began a completely different life. The man had no intention of quitting his job. He hired a muscular driver to take him to the factory. Working in a wheelchair was very difficult. Ben did his best. There were special up and downs for him so that he could get around in his wheelchair on his own. There was always an assistant in the office to help the man with his household chores. Ben did not want to be pitied. He was in great pain from sympathetic looks. "I'm a director. I'm not a defenseless creature. I can handle it," he once told Andrew. "I'll never give up my job." At Mr. Wilson's house, too, there were changes. On the one hand, Kate sympathized with her husband. On the other hand, she somehow began to distance herself from him. "Ben, I've closed my fund," his wife once told him. "Let's try to go abroad for rehabilitation." "Kate, that won't save me," the husband replied. "I'll never get back on my feet. We just have to learn to live with it." Mrs. Smith became increasingly silent in her son-in-law's presence. It was as if neither wife nor mother-in-law knew what to do next. Samantha, the landlord, said to the cleaning lady, "I want to ask you to help me during the day. I can't go to work every day now. And I need a reliable person at home. You've been with us for years, and I trust you completely. I'll find someone else to clean." "All right, Mr. Wilson," she smiled. "You just tell me what I need to do. Soon the house will be fully equipped for my wheelchair, and then I'll need a chaperone and an assistant. The duties are exactly the same as in any care for an invalid," Mr. Wilson replied. "I'm sorry, but I can't ask anyone else for this job. I have almost all my laborers of age." The girl agreed and immediately began her new duties. "Samantha, why haven't you vacuumed the living room yet?" Mrs. Caroline Smith was indignant when the maid came down from the first floor. "I'm sorry, but Mr. Wilson has taken me on as his assistant," Samantha replied calmly. I don't work as a cleaner anymore," she added, blushing. "How much trouble he got on my nerves with you." The landlady swore. "I would have sacked you a long time ago," she whispered like a snake. Samantha said nothing and went into the kitchen. She had to get her master some tea. Mr. Wilson's mother-in-law stared at her unhappily. She was thinking hard about something. A few months after the accident, Mr. Wilson began to notice that his wife had grown cold to him. Kate had closed her foundation, but she still sponsored a few families. So in the evenings, the woman did her job. "Kate, you and I haven't spoken for a long time." Her husband met her one evening. "Did something happen to you?" "Ben, I still can't forgive myself," she cried. "When I look at you, I don't want to live." "Kate, you should be glad I'm alive," smiled Mr. Wilson. "But come to me. I've missed you so much." He took her hand and went to his room. The woman kissed her husband without much enthusiasm. Mr. Wilson could feel it, and it made him feel even more hurt. He told himself that day that he would not insist on their intimacy again. But in his heart, he wished that Kate's love had not only not faded because he had become an invalid, but that it had flared up with renewed vigor. Mr. Wilson himself did not understand where he got such moral strength from. Instead of being sad, he would smile when he had a strong urge inside him to drop everything and end his life. He would embark on some new endeavor. Old, unreliable partners were replaced by new ones who respected Ben for his fortitude and optimism. "Samantha, why don't we go to a museum?" Mr. Wilson once suggested to his nurse. "You'll laugh, but I want to go to the Paleontological Museum." "All right," smiled the nurse. "To be honest, I've never been there." She looked a little embarrassed. "Then we should definitely go there," the owner smiled. "I'm sure you'll like it there." It was Saturday when the driver took Mr. Wilson and his assistant to the museum, even though it was a day off. There weren't many people there. Mostly everyone was trying to get into the dinosaur room. "What do you think?" Laughed when he saw Samantha's surprised face. "Look at that giant." "Honestly, I'm really glad we weren't there at the time," the girl said with pale lips. "If I'd seen him in person, I'd have lost my mind." "Well, they weren't all carnivores," replied Mr. Wilson. "Many of them were herbivores. It's understandable that we could get into their stomachs, like the little bugs we don't see on the leaves of vegetables. I don't think they would have fed on us. There were giant forests. They had plenty to eat." Samantha and Mr. Wilson were looking at the most interesting exhibits. "What a good holiday we had," the owner said as they drove home. "It sounds ridiculous, but it was only when I got into a wheelchair that I really began to appreciate life, every moment of it. Now I'm not so afraid of losing anything." Samantha smiled. She thought about the fact that she had nothing. A rented flat, a salary, half of which she sent to her parents. The girl lived on the other. In essence, she had nothing to lose either. Mr. Wilson arrived home in high spirits. He was anxious to discuss his trip with his wife. Kate was already home. "Kate," he rode up to his wife. "I'd like to take you out for a romantic dinner." Mr. Wilson was a little worried. His wife looked at him in amazement. She remained silent and waited to see what her husband would tell her. "I am inviting you to the hotel tomorrow. I want to organize a romantic evening for us," he said with hope in his voice. "It will not oblige us to anything, but I wanted us to spend it outside our house." "All right," Kate smiled. "Then let it be our date. I'll come to the hotel, and you'll be waiting for me with flowers." The man took his wife's hand. "I love you. I promise you won't regret it." Mr. Wilson stayed up most of the night. There was a great excitement inside him. He had waited so long for Kate to finally accept what had happened and just love him. "I'm going to order a huge bouquet of red roses," he planned. "We'll have champagne and fruit brought to our room. I want that so badly." Towards morning, the man fell asleep. He dreamt of Kate holding roses. Mr. Wilson woke up around 11 o'clock. Samantha had already knocked on his door several times, but since he didn't answer, she didn't come in. Finally, he pressed the bell and a carer came into his room. "Did something happen to you?" she asked. "Can I help you?" "Yes," the owner answered immediately. "Samantha, please order a huge bouquet of red roses and prepare my outfit for me." "Are we going out tonight?" She smiled. "Do you have an appointment?" "I'm having a romantic dinner with my wife tonight," Mr. Wilson said cheerfully. "Samantha, can I ask you one more thing? I let Max go today. You could take a taxi with me to the hotel and I'll come from there," said Mr. Wilson. "Would that be all right?" "Of course I'll go with you," Samantha agreed. "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything." Mr. Wilson was very nervous and couldn't sit still. It was 6 o'clock in the evening when he and Samantha got into the taxi. The man really wanted to show that he was independent. He arranged with Kate that he would go to the hotel early and wait for her there. Kate intended to be there by 8 o'clock. The nurse helped Mr. Wilson into his room, put flowers in a vase, and it was 8:30. Samantha said goodbye to her host. "See you tomorrow, Mr. Wilson," she said goodbye and left the room. The girl stopped outside the large, beautiful hotel building and looked up. Somewhere up there was her host. There was a small cafe just opposite the hotel, and Samantha decided to have a cup of tea. The girl closed her eyes with pleasure. She ate her favorite cakes with real buttercream. Suddenly her gaze fell on the opposite side. The girl saw Kate's car. Kate and some other person got out of it. The lanterns of the hotel complex illuminated a tall, handsome man. Mr. Wilson's wife spoke to him for a moment, then she kissed the stranger. Samantha shuddered, nestling against the window. Some other car pulled up and the man apparently got into it. Kate waved at someone and headed for the hotel. Who was that? The carer's heart pounded frantically. Judging by the way he was kissing her, clearly not a friend. Samantha didn't know what to do. She began to worry about Mr. Wilson. The landlord was a kind man who never hurt anyone. And the girl felt that she could not leave him. She had a clear feeling that trouble was going to happen. The cafe was an all-night cafe, and Samantha drank about 10 mugs of tea all night. She could barely hold herself up. She wanted to sleep madly, but the feeling of danger never left her inside. It was 5 o'clock in the morning. Then the girl saw Kate, who ran out of the hotel, got into her car, and drove away. Where was Ben? Samantha couldn't understand. She started to gather her things when the front door of the hotel opened and the security guard helped Mr. Wilson into the street. Samantha breathed a sigh of relief. She dressed as she walked, and before she had reached the exit a few meters away, she saw, as if in slow motion, that a car pulled up sharply in front of the hotel and 2 men ran out of it. They quickly shoved Ben into the car and drove off. Stop, the nurse ran after the car, but she was too far away and it was dark outside. What am I going to do? Samantha burst into tears. Just then a taxi pulled up outside the hotel. The girl immediately ran up to it. "I beg you, please go," she begged. "I'll pay you double the fare." The taxi driver was reluctant at first, but then he heard the amount the stranger said, and he couldn't resist. "We need to find a black Jeep," the passenger ordered. "Let's head towards the motorway. I'm sure they left the city." The girl's intuition did not fail, and very quickly a familiar car appeared ahead. Samantha asked the taxi driver to keep to the side. They drove for about an hour. The forest appeared ahead. "It's getting light," she said. The Jeep turned somewhere to the side. "Yes, there's a forest there," the taxi driver replied to her request to turn behind the Jeep. "There's no road there, only a dirt track." Samantha didn't know whether she was more afraid of the darkness and wolves or of seeing her master dead. God, who were those people? What have they done to him? She thought. Cautiously, she advanced through the bushes. The girl's legs trembled. She could clearly hear the wolf howl, but somehow inside her she was sure that Ben was alive. So no matter how frightened she was, she went forward. "God, help me," Samantha whispered. "I beg you, help me find him." The girl's vision had already become accustomed to the grayness and the slight fog. She could clearly distinguish that the bushes were mussed to one side, and it was obvious that someone had passed there. Samantha walked about 30 meters. Somewhere close to her, she heard a wolf howl. The girl fell to the ground in fear. Her legs no longer obeyed, and she crawled. "Ben," she shouted as loudly as she could. "Ben, where are you?" But there was silence. Even the wolves were silent. A gap appeared ahead, and under a large tree the girl spotted a bulky object. She crawled towards it. Again, she heard the wolf howl. "Ben," Samantha shouted as she crawled over to the wheelchair. She saw her master. He was breathing very quietly. The girl tapped his cheeks. He opened his eyes but immediately lost consciousness. "No, Ben," screamed the girl. Then she instinctively pulled out her phone. First, Samantha wanted to call the police and an ambulance. Plus, I needed to inform his wife, because they must have wanted to kill him, the nurse whispered. "I need to call a taxi and take him to the hospital." Samantha tried to get to her feet. After a while, she managed it. She took off her cloak, put Ben on it, and dragged him towards the motorway. The girl had already hailed a taxi. The driver helped load the owner into the car and drove the passengers to the nearest hospital. "I'll pay you. Book him without papers." The girl handed the doctor the money. He immediately examined the victim. The owner didn't look well. He showed no signs of violence, but his weak heartbeat suggested that he had been injected with some kind of drug. Whether Ben's body was so strong that his heart did not stop, or whether it was a miracle Mr. Wilson survived. 3 days later, he regained consciousness. Samantha had to proceed very carefully. The day she found Ben, she drove to his house for work. She was met on the doorstep by Mrs. Caroline Smith and told that Samantha would be taking a week's break. According to her, the landlord was away for a while. "Good," replied the nurse calmly. The girl tried to pick up anything suspicious about Ben's wife, but apart from the fact that she looked preoccupied, she saw nothing else. Could it be that all these events were not connected at all? Samantha pondered. Mrs. Caroline Smith doesn't know that her daughter has someone on the side. Perhaps they've already discovered Mr. Wilson is missing. But as he is a man of means, they investigate without strangers or fuss. Who were those people competitors? Who could he have failed to please? For the 3 days that Mr. Wilson didn't regain consciousness, Samantha simply went mad. None of the man's relatives had called her either, and that seemed very strange. If the police were investigating the case, she would be one of the witnesses. At least she would definitely be questioned, since she had spent so much time with him the day Mrs. Smith had sent Samantha on holiday. The girl called Mr. Wilson's cook. "I don't know," she heard. "I haven't seen him either. They say he's away on some urgent business. He's got a big contract coming up. But why he didn't take you, or at least warn you, I have no idea." We're as quiet as ever. "They say the old landlady was very ill yesterday morning. She nearly died here. They even called an ambulance." Samantha hung up the phone and realized that she would just have to wait for Mr. Wilson to come round and start talking properly. Then maybe something would become clearer. The girl spent almost the entire day by her master's side. Mr. Wilson was surprised when he came to his senses. "What are you doing here?" "Where am I?" He looked around. "In the hospital." "Yes, Mr. Wilson, what happened to you?" She looked him in the eye. "Do you remember being kidnapped?" Mr. Wilson looked at her in bewilderment. It was as if he was trying to rewind time. He finally succeeded, and the man shuddered. "Samantha, I pulled out of the hotel and waited for a taxi, but someone pulled me into the car. I felt a prick. Everything else happened like a dream." Mr. Wilson's face was covered in sweat. "Did you see these people?" The nurse said quietly. "Do you know them?" She tried not to draw attention to herself. "No," replied the master thoughtfully. "I think they were trying to kill me." He turned pale. "I found you in a wooded area not far from the forest," the girl began to reason. "There were wolves there. Perhaps the calculation was that in a few days they would have killed you, so no one would ever know how you got there." "Samantha, how did you find me?" Mr. Ben Wilson asked in amazement. He was only now beginning to realize the meaning of her words. "I'm sorry, but I followed you." She lowered her head. "When I left the hotel, I decided to have tea in the cafe opposite. I was very tired that day, but when I saw that your wife had arrived, and not alone, I was afraid for you." "Not alone? What do you mean?" The master looked intently into the girl's eyes. "I won't lie. There was a man with her. I didn't see his face," Samantha replied, "but I can tell you that they were kissing." Then a car pulled up and the man got into it. "Samantha, are you sure?" Mr. Wilson said in horror. "Maybe you imagined the whole thing." You see, the man lowered his eyes ashamedly. "My wife and I had a wonderful romantic evening. We were going to go home in the morning, but at 4 o'clock my mother-in-law rang to say she was dying. She'd had a seizure. Mrs. Smith left me and went straight home. I had to call a taxi and come back myself. You know the rest of it." "I've been to your house," the nurse sighed. "Mrs. Smith was actually very ill. An ambulance was called." "But what do they say about me?" Mr. Wilson became agitated. "Have they got the police looking for me?" "I don't think so," Samantha replied. "I was put on a week's leave, saying you'd gone somewhere else." "I don't understand," Mr. Wilson said with frustration in his voice. "What am I supposed to do now? Go home and file a report?" I think the girl took his hand. "Mr. Wilson, it's not safe for you to go home now." "What about my factory?" the man asked in shock. "Samantha, I can't leave my job." "You need to talk to a trustworthy person." "Let it go on, as it is," suggested the nurse. "It'll be everyone's version of the story that you're away for a fortnight. But you have to keep it a secret. Otherwise they'll find you, and this time they won't let you live." "God, I don't know why," Mr. Ben Wilson said quietly. "I never did anything to anybody. Why would they want to kill me? I was to be eaten by wolves. That's nonsense." "Mr. Wilson, did you know that Kate was seeing someone?" Samantha asked me out of the blue. "Samantha, I'm sorry. But I still think you imagined it." The owner looked at her intently. "Just because she had a man in her car doesn't mean anything. Kate works with people. But the fact that she kissed him, I'm sure that's just your imagination." The girl looked at him in bewilderment and said nothing to him. Samantha realized that unless she had any proof, she would not be able to convince her master of anything. "Mr. Wilson, you must not go home," she ordered sternly. "You will be discharged in a few days, and you must hide." "But where?" thought the landlord. "I'll get myself a place to live for a couple of months. Will you help me with that?" "Yes," Samantha agreed. "Especially since you said they didn't take any documents from you." "Take the card in my wallet. I'll give you the code. Take care of the flat, please. Samantha, can you stay with me for a while? I'll pay for everything." "Don't worry. I won't leave you," the nurse smiled. "I'll be leaving now. Take my old phone. It's not safe for you to use yours. What if there's some kind of bug in there? If you have any problems, call me straight away. My number's on there." Mr. Wilson looked at her in surprise. Despite everything he'd been through, he still couldn't believe this wasn't a joke. He was actually going to be killed. Samantha left and Mr. Wilson was completely absorbed in his thoughts. He began to check all his partners in his mind to see which one of them could have done this. But from the outward signs he could observe, none of them cared about him. He then turned his gaze to his subordinates. Could Andrew have done such a thing? A thought came into his head. I've worked with him for so many years, he's a reliable man. I certainly can't pry into his soul. Even if I imagine he did it, what was his motivation? To take the factory away from me? How? Mr. Ben Wilson clutched his head tiredly. Everything was spinning before his eyes, but he needed to continue his research. All right, he sighed. Now let's look at Kate and her mother, Mrs. Caroline Smith. Both lived without much trouble. They spent money left and right. What did they lack? They had everything. Does Kate have a lover? Well, after the night I spent with her at the hotel, I doubt it. Maybe Samantha saw someone she knew kiss her on the cheek. Especially since it was already dark. And I miss her a lot. It was the most passionate night of our married life. I finally realized how much Kate loves me. I mean, she's worried about me right now. How do I let her know? Samantha immediately removed the SIM card from my phone. I'm sure my wife must have called me many times. Mr. Wilson had very conflicted feelings. He clearly felt that after what had happened between him and his wife, there was no longer any doubt about Kate's love. But nevertheless, he was to be killed, and it was necessary to proceed with extreme caution. He picked up the phone Samantha had left him. At first he wanted to call, but changed his mind. Sweetheart, I'm fine. don't worry." He wrote a message. A minute later, his phone rang. Mr. Wilson was afraid to pick up the phone. Kate had called many times, but he held back. Then came the message, "Ben, where are you? I'm freaking out." "I already want to go to the police," the wife wrote. "You don't need to say anything to the police. When everything is fine, I'll find you myself," the husband replied in a text message. Kate made another attempt to call Mr. Wilson, but he never picked up the phone. Samantha quickly found a suitable accommodation, paid the landlady, and took the keys and went straight to the hospital. "Hi," she dialed on the way. "Well, what's up? Do you have any news? I've been out of work for a few days." "Samantha, yes, we have a lull," answered the cook. "The owners are a bit jumpy, though, but other than that, everything's fine. Mr. Ben Wilson hasn't arrived yet and will not come." The girl switched off her phone. "Because it's not safe for him to show his face right now," she muttered to herself. Samantha entered Mr. Wilson's room. He was asleep. She went to see his doctor. "We'll discharge him in 2 days," the doctor replied. "He needs good care. I think you realize he won't get up." The nurse herself knew that there was no chance of Mr. Wilson's recovery. That's what the best doctors had told him that time. The girl looked into the room again. The landlord was awake. "Samantha, I think the only person who could have done it was Andrew, my deputy," Mr. Wilson whispered. "I still don't understand what he was trying to achieve, though." "Mr. Ben, let's not jump to conclusions," Samantha replied dryly. "Tomorrow night I'll pick you up and we'll go to the new flat. We'll need to buy you some clothes. I'll pick up the new pram tomorrow." "I've already made arrangements for that, Ben." "Thank you," said Mr. Wilson, tears welling up in his eyes. "It's not the first time you've saved me." "It's going to be all right." She stroked the man's head. "The main thing is that nobody knows where you are now. I think something will turn up soon." "Shouldn't we report it to the police?" the owner asked her. "Would they at least be able to protect me?" "I wouldn't get my hopes up," she said coldly. "Anyone can be bribed nowadays. Nobody gives any guarantee." Jesus. "What I can't understand is, who could I have interfered with?" Mr. Wilson sighed. "I didn't set anyone up. I didn't cheat. I didn't have affairs with other people's wives. Why would anyone be mad at me?" "It's hard to say. It could be purely psychological," the girl replied. "Someone just doesn't like you." Disgust. "Can it really be like that?" Mr. Wilson looked at her in bewilderment. "But if you killed everyone just because you didn't like someone, then half of humanity would have gone to the other side of the world by now." Late that night, Samantha drove home. She was still inclined to believe that Kate or her mother was involved in the whole affair. That's what her gut told her. But Samantha had no direct evidence, so she couldn't accuse them in front of Mr. Ben Wilson. The girl was about to enter her driveway, as something urged her to call a taxi and drive to Mr. Wilson's house. From the side, she watched the owner's 2-story house. It was almost 12 noon, but there was a light on in one of the rooms. What was going on in there? The girl stared out the familiar window. It was Mr. Wilson's study. It was almost 2 when the lights went out and apparently everyone had gone to bed. "What's the meaning of all this?" thought the nurse. "I wish I could stay here until morning and see to it all. But I can't. I have to pick up Mr. Wilson today. I just don't have the energy for it all." The girl hailed a taxi and walked towards the crossroads. It was dark, it was cold, it was starting to snow. It was the middle of March. Samantha went into her flat and fell on the bed. But she didn't have long to sleep. At 8 o'clock, the alarm clock rang. The girl opened her eyes, started to get ready. She immediately hailed a taxi and headed for Mr. Wilson's house. But all was quiet there. Perhaps everyone was still asleep. At 10 o'clock, the girl was already at Mr. Wilson's. He was up early today. He wanted to leave the hospital as soon as possible. The man planned to call someone from the factory and discuss what was happening there in secret. But while he was in a public place, the owner was afraid to call anyone. The nurse brought the wheelchair in the afternoon and Mr. Wilson went to his new accommodation. "This is where we're going to live now." The girl brought the landlord back in his wheelchair. "It's not a bad flat. There are even handles in some places," she said. so you'll be able to move around easily. Just don't speed up too much," Samantha laughed. "I've speeded up once in my life, and now I'm in a wheelchair," sighed Mr. Ben Wilson. "Samantha, thank you. I don't know how I can ever thank you enough. When this is over, you'll invite me to the museum," she laughed again. "I really enjoyed going to these places with you." "I promise," the owner smiled broadly. "You and I will visit the most interesting museums." The nurse quickly organized dinner. She and her host ate a delicious meal, and Samantha helped Mr. Wilson to lie down on his bed. The girl made herself comfortable on the sofa in the kitchen. "Tonight I'll finally get some sleep, and tomorrow we'll decide what we'll do next," were her last thoughts, and she fell into sleep. The next day at 8 o'clock, Mr. Wilson woke Samantha up. The girl was so sound asleep that she did not even hear him. Finally, she opened her eyes and jumped up. "Mr. Wilson, I'm sorry, but I've been so busy the last few days that I slept like a dead person," she tried to justify herself. They made breakfast together and ate quickly. Mr. Wilson thought long and hard that night and decided to send Samantha to his factory. "Samantha, could you meet one person?" Mr. Wilson asked her. "I trust him. After you explain everything to him, I can call him and find out something about Andrew." The girl left her host and went to his enterprise. Samantha had been to the gatehouse there several times. The girl gave the first and last name of the person she wanted to meet. Half an hour later, an elderly gray-haired man appeared at the gatehouse. "Mr. Brown, I need to talk to you in private," Samantha said quietly. "I'm from Mr. Ben Wilson," said Samantha. The man looked at her perplexed. He followed the girl outside. "You see, it turned out that Mr. Wilson was going to be killed, and thank God it didn't work out. Mr. Wilson can't go out in public right now. It's dangerous for him. We're trying to find out who planned to commit this crime. Can you please tell me what's going on at your factory?" "Nothing much," replied the man in astonishment. "Everything is quiet at the factory. A few days ago, the owner's wife called him and told him that he would be gone for a fortnight. He had flown abroad for rehabilitation. Work is going on as usual." "Tell me, is your deputy a reliable man?" Samantha asked him cautiously. "Andrew?" The man was surprised. "I've been working for Mr. Wilson for years. I've never had any problems with him. He's a good man." Samantha thought for a moment. She felt she had nothing more to ask Mr. Brown. The girl asked him to keep their conversation private for the time being. "I don't think his deputy is involved in all this," the nurse thought on the way home. "It's a very complicated story, and we can't do without the police." Mr. Wilson was alone. His head was boiling. After the assassination attempt, he was afraid of everything. On the one hand, the man wanted to go to the police. On the other, he planned to bide his time a little longer. Mr. Wilson took Samantha's phone in his hands, twisted it around for a long time. Finally, he couldn't stand it any longer and called his wife. "My darling, I want you to know that I'm all right. I've missed you so much." "Ben, where are you?" I heard a worried voice. "Please tell me. I want to come to you. What's going on? What's wrong with you?" "You see, someone wanted to kill me," said Mr. Wilson. "Kill you how?" Kate's voice trembled. "A man called us a few days ago on your behalf and said you were away for a week or two, that you'd call us yourself afterwards. Why did I leave you that night? I should have waited for you and we could have gone home together. I'm begging you, tell me where you are. I promise no one will ever know. I'll only be with you for a few minutes. Ben, I can't take it. Do you realize that? I'll just die." The husband felt so much pain that he couldn't stand it and told Kate his address. Samantha, he called the carer. "Could you follow my deputy for a couple of hours?" Mr. Wilson asked her. He named the make of his car. Ben still thought it was Andrew who had organized all this. Samantha waited outside the factory for 5 hours. She was already freezing, but Andrew never traveled outside of work. "I think someone else did it," Samantha thought. None of his employees could have done it. She walked tiredly to the bus stop and dialed Ben's number, but he didn't answer. Samantha thought he was asleep. After about 10 minutes, she called him again. Maybe he's not feeling well, she worried, and instinctively hailed a taxi. She needed to get home faster. Ben waited impatiently for Kate to arrive. He didn't want Samantha to know about it, so he asked his carer to follow Andrew. All these days, Mr. Wilson didn't miss Kate very much. He couldn't get their last night out of his head. It seemed to the man that he had fallen even more in love with his wife after that, so his whole body was shaking with the upcoming meeting. Ben was sitting in the kitchen when the bell rang. He walked to the door and opened it. Several men quickly rushed into the flat. One of them injected something into Mr. Wilson's arm and he passed out almost immediately. He was quickly wrapped up in a large bag along with his chair and carried out of the flat like furniture. The closer Samantha drove to the house, the more excitement grew within her. She paid the driver and ran to the door, rang the bell, but no one answered. Samantha stood by the door like a stumbling block. She instinctively pulled on it and the door opened. The girl on trembling legs entered the flat. Ben was nowhere to be found, his phone lying on the floor. Nothing had been stolen, just some scattered slippers. That told me someone had been here. Oh my God, where is he? Samantha burst into tears. What's happened to him again? What am I going to do? She grabbed her phone and wanted to call the police, but instead she grabbed her bag and ran outside. She hailed a taxi and drove to Mr. Wilson's house. If they killed him, they need to hide their evidence now, Samantha reasoned. If I call the police, they'll make the whole thing discreet, and no one will ever find the culprit. It was getting dark. The girl took a wait-and-see attitude. She was sitting among the bushes, and she could see very well what was going on at Mr. Wilson's house. Kate's car came first. She drove into the yard. To all appearances, the woman went into the house. A light came on in her room on the first floor. The curtains were not closed, and Samantha saw a clear male silhouette. It's obviously not Ben, the girl whispered. Who could it be in her room? Judging by the light in the kitchen, the servants were gone. The girl stepped aside and dialed the cook. Hi. Are you at work? Samantha asked. I'm sorry, but I'm so worried. What's going on over there? Should I be looking for another job? Is the boss here? Oh, is that you, Samantha? The cook finally recognized the girl. No, the owner's not here. We're working till 12 this week, too. I don't know what's going on over there. The owner's nephew is here. He's got some business to take care of in LA. Otherwise, it's just business as usual. Mrs. Smith's nephew? The girl was surprised. Who's that? I mean, where's he from? I'd never heard of Kate having a cousin. Yes, neither had I. They say she hasn't spoken to her sister in years. And now this bloke's got some serious health problems. He's here for a checkup, and he's supposed to leave tomorrow. Samantha switched off the phone. Gradually, some puzzles began to form in her head, but she didn't fully understand who had the main role in this story. The girl called a taxi, paid the driver for a night of idle time. At 3 a.m., a car left Mr. Ben Wilson's house. Kate was behind the wheel. The taxi driver followed her. Near one house she stopped. It was very dark, but Samantha heard the car door slam. Kate turned around and drove in the opposite direction. To Samantha's surprise, another car came out of the darkness. The girl realized the danger of her stakeout, but she had to take her chances again. For now, she couldn't figure out what she should do next. The old car drove towards the suburbs. The taxi driver and Samantha followed it. The girl was so tense that she didn't even realize where they had gone. It must have been an hour and a half when the driver dropped Samantha off on the deserted street, where the pursuing car had turned off. The girl was left alone. The taxi driver was afraid to go any further. Samantha trudged through the dark streets in terror. She listened to recognize the noise of the car. The girl was in extreme fear, her whole body trembling. The voices of dogs were heard. They were barking loudly. Samantha came to some wasteland, from which the private sector began. Suddenly, a light came on near a distant house. The girl realized it was the headlights of a car. Samantha crouched sharply near the remains of a brick wall. The car drove away and she cautiously walked to where it stood. When the headlights illuminated the street, she could clearly see a large pile near the yard. I think it's here, she whispered. What am I supposed to do now? If they brought Ben here, there may be someone guarding him. They'll kill me too. Samantha walked out to the vacant lot again, memorizing the house. She had a decision to make. "I'm asking you to call for a unit." Samantha called the police. "A man is missing. I think they're hiding him in the old house." Samantha's speech was so incoherent that the police accused her of playing a prank and hung up. "Are they crazy?" she said in horror. "A man could die and they don't care. They don't care." Samantha stood for a moment and dialed the police number again. This time the girl spoke more confidently. The policeman grudgingly listened to her and promised that someone would come. Samantha said she was in Railroad City. She also named the street and house where she thought Ben was hidden. The girl wrapped herself in her seasonal cloak and waited. An hour and 2 hours passed, but still no one was there. It began to get light, and Samantha called the police again. The same disgruntled voice rudely told her that the police were on their way. The girl cautiously began to make her way to the house where the car she was following had stopped. It was quiet. It seemed to Samantha that no one lived there, and the neighboring houses looked deserted. She went to the gate, wanted to enter, but a huge dog lunged at her. The girl was lucky that the dog was on a chain. Samantha cried out in fear and fell to the ground. She decided to wait until the police arrived. She was freezing hard. A cold shiver ran all over her body. "I must have a fever," Samantha thought to herself. She was shivering so much that her teeth were chattering. The girl began to dance on the spot, but it made the dog in the yard go crazy. It began to pull the chain with such force that it seemed to be about to tear it and attack the intruder. Samantha stepped aside. She paced back and forth silently until a police car appeared in the distance. Kate paced nervously around the room. Matthew was due to arrive soon. The girl was very nervous. "I'm sure he'll make it," Mrs. Caroline Smith said coldly. 2 hours had passed when the wicket gate opened and a young man entered the house. He looked very tired. "Well?" The girl ran up to him. "Did you manage to make a deal with him?" She looked hopefully into his eyes. "Yes," he said dryly. "We'll be leaving one of these days," he said to Mrs. Smith. Matthew had been living with Kate for several years. They'd started dating when she turned 18. The bloke was a good earner, and only 2 years later Kate found out what Matthew was really doing. He belonged to a gang. He didn't get his hands dirty personally, but he was involved in kidnapping, extortion, and intimidation. But recently he and the local police had a disagreement, and they began to bring criminal cases against them. For about a month the bandits tried to negotiate with the chief of police. But Matthew realized that even if they were released, they would not be able to live like before. Sooner or later they would be caught anyway. The guy had set up a few people in exchange for his freedom. It was a very complicated deal, and he managed to pull it off. But now everyone had to leave town. There was already a buyer for the house, so all they had to do was wait for Matthew to be released. The boy had said right away that they were going to New York. You could get lost there. And he was only a witness in the case, so there were no claims against him. The young couple took a flat with Mrs. Caroline Smith. They had to be very careful not to draw attention to themselves. The girl got a job as a secretary, and to be fair, Kate was good at her job. Matthew got a job as a delivery assistant and helped to deliver goods to the shops. A year went by, and it was clear that no one was going to pursue Matthew. "If we want to live well, we can't survive here on the wages Kate and I earn," Matthew once said. "Especially since Mrs. Smith can't work because of her thyroid problems." "Matthew, are you trying to do something here?" The girl was scared. "I'm afraid I almost lost you." "Why?" Kate's mother supported the boy. "There are so many people here that hardly anyone will find us. And if we're very careful, I'm sure there's some easy business to be done here." Mrs. Smith had always dreamed of a life of luxury. In her head, she often pictured a 2-story house somewhere in Miami, an expensive car, and foreign resorts to treat her thyroid. She didn't care at all who fulfilled her wish. Matthew seemed like a very suitable candidate for the role. After Kate had been a secretary for about a year, her mother had an idea. "Kate, what if we hooked up with your boss?" She suggested it once. "He's a scary guy. He'd be honored to have a girl like you paying attention to him." "Mum, you want me to have an affair with him?" My daughter couldn't believe her ears. "Are you crazy?" "Well, what's the big deal?" Her fiancé supported her. "It's only a few months. But then we'll have a good life. We'll buy a house in the suburbs and live like rich people." "And how do you imagine it?" The girl couldn't calm down. "I'm not going to sleep with him." Matthew, could he under some circumstances sign over the documents to the child? Mrs. Caroline Smith looked at the boy questioningly. "Well, he might be able to, but he'd take a long time to process." "You can't do that without a bed," Matthew thought. "Kate, you're not going to romance him for pleasure, but for our future." He looked at her reproachfully. It took another year for the girl to get her boss to trust her. There was no relationship between them yet. Matthew and Mrs. Smith had calculated every move. But it just so happened that a businessman met Kate by chance. "I had a crush on him. What am I supposed to do with him now?" The girl asked her boyfriend and mother when Mr. Brown asked her out. Kate also said he was single. Mrs. Smith's eyes lit up. "What if you lure him into your net and marry him?" "But that would be too much." Immediately her daughter protested. "I only love Matthew. I don't want anyone else but him." "Kate, we're not going to be separated. I only love you too. And after this case, we can finally be officially married. For the sake of our happiness, I'm in." Lucky for the girl, Mr. Brown was quick to take a shine to her. What attracted him to her, Kate didn't know. Yes, she was good looking, but Mr. Ben Wilson had no one else by the time he was 35. Maybe he just projected all his dreams onto her. Anyway, the man expressed his desire to marry the girl. Hooray! Matthew, Kate, and Mrs. Caroline Smith raised their champagne glasses. "We've done it. Long live the new life." Matthew stayed in the flat they'd all rented together, and Kate and her mother moved in with Mr. Wilson. For a few years they enjoyed life, all three of them spending Ben's money on their own needs. Matthew bought himself a nice car. 3 years later, they got a big house in the suburbs. The plan was to squeeze everything they could out of Mr. Wilson, and Kate would divorce him. But the more they played, the more they worked up an appetite. Mrs. Smith had become so much the mistress of the house that she could no longer see herself without servants. Matthew dressed in expensive boutiques, and Kate did not deny herself anything. Matthew suggested that she organize a charity fund so that no one could pick on her. Ben's wife, of course, didn't spend as much money as she asked him for, but still, she was always undercover. There would be no shadow over her in a divorce, and working for her foundation gave her plenty of free time to spend with Matthew. They never went out in public together. Kate always went to his house. "So do we need to decide what to do next?" Mrs. Smith once said. "Shall we call it a day with Mr. Wilson?" Or she looked slyly at her daughter and her lover. Or Matthew repeated her words, "Do you want him gone so Kate can have all his inheritance?" "That would be nice. I just don't know how to organize it," she sighed. "He's not a poor man, he can't just get lost." "But if it's all set up perfectly, no one will suspect anything." Matthew supported Mrs. Smith. Yes, Kate didn't like the idea. She would rather just divorce Mr. Wilson. Even if he left her with nothing, they had already taken a lot from him anyway. For a long time, no plan had occurred to Mrs. Caroline Smith. All these ideas of poisoning, faulty brakes, and so on didn't fit. And when Mr. Wilson suggested that Kate should go away for the weekend, a cunning plan immediately appeared in her mind. Go-karting seemed to be the answer. Matthew had organized everything so that no one could suspect that there was anything wrong with the one cart Mr. Wilson was driving. It worked out even better than they had planned. But unfortunately, Mr. Wilson didn't die, he became an invalid. The crooks bided their time for a while so that there would be no suspicion that Ben was going to be taken out. Nearly 6 months had passed when they began to devise a plan again. How could they see it through? And this time they decided to make it look as if Mr. Wilson had been kidnapped and taken to the woods where they would find his body eaten by wolves. It was the middle of March, and hungry animals were roaming the woods looking for prey to make it happen just like that. Mr. Wilson was injected with a drug that was supposed to stop his heart. The man was euphoric after the romantic night his wife had given him. Kate did everything she could to make Ben believe her that night. Everything was going well. Everyone had the legend that Mr. Wilson reported that he was going away for a fortnight for treatment, and then he was found dead in the woods. The police began to pursue the case. Naturally, they find no evidence. Kate, a distressed widow, receives Mr. Wilson's inheritance after a while, and there over the next 3 years she gradually disposes of Ben's money and factory. Matthew and another man he had hired took Mr. Wilson to the woods. Before doing so, the man had taken the plates off his car, and everyone was so sure that the deed was done that they were just cautiously biding their time until they found Ben's remains. "What's this?" Kate looked at her phone when she got a text message. "Oh my God, Mom, he's alive." Mrs. Smith went pale. She was so frightened she barely made it to the sofa and sat down. "What's going to happen now?" she said, terrified. For now he could tell the police everything. With trembling hands, she picked up the phone and called Matthew. The man said that he was coming to them in the guise of a relative, hired a taxi and came into the courtyard with a large bag. From the outside, it looked very plausible. Mrs. Caroline Smith ran out to meet him with tears in her eyes and introduced her nephew to someone. Everyone went into Mr. Wilson's room. "I don't think anyone suspected anything," Matthew said. "First of all, we've made it so that neither Kate nor you can have any complaints. Kate spent the night at the hotel with Mr. Wilson. And then she got a phone call from her mother. She had a heart attack, and everyone saw it. The paramedic can confirm that. So her leaving him alone won't raise any suspicions. And no one saw me further down there." It was already dark, Matthew continued. "Kate dropped me off. I looked around again. I needed to make sure it was clear. The only problem was the cafe across the street from the hotel. But at 4, there was no one there anymore. Even the waiters at the tables were asleep. What if he did see one of you?" Mrs. Smith wondered. "How?" Matthew objected. "Firstly, we were wearing masks, and secondly, none of us were talking, and lastly, he was probably unconscious. The only thing I can't figure out is how he survived. If his heart stopped, who brought him back to life? Since the police never showed up, the only option for everyone was to wait. And a few days later, Mr. Wilson turned up himself. He gave Kate the address where she was to come and see him. The woman played her part flawlessly, so Ben didn't even suspect a thing. In fact, he didn't even realize anything. When 2 people he couldn't even see ran into the flat, Mr. Wilson felt something sticking into his arm. His head immediately felt heavy and his eyelids felt leaden. Ben woke up in some dark place, lying on the floor and feeling damp. He tried to raise himself but could not. After a while, his eyes adjusted and he began to recognize the walls. To all appearances, it was a cellar or some other underground room. Mr. Wilson felt the ground with his hands. "My God, what's happened to me?" Ben muttered faintly. "How did I get here? Someone stole me from the flat." He began to recall what had happened to him. Mr. Wilson tried to stand up, leaning against the wall. He couldn't feel his legs. Eventually, he succeeded. Who were these people? His head rang like a bell. Every question resonated with pain. Who could have known where I was? Samantha. I wondered if she had organized all this. A shiver ran through Mr. Wilson's whole body. He seemed to have stopped breathing. But then why did she save me? He clutched his head with his hands. What did she want with me? No, Samantha couldn't have done it. Maybe Andrew followed her. That's right. He saw her hanging around the factory and followed her. Maybe they're in on it together. The ideas that came into Mr. Wilson's head were so heavy that he could hardly bear them. The man settled on the fact that his deputy and his carer had organized the whole thing. What do they want me to do? His brain kicked in again. Could they be plotting to blackmail Kate? Kate? He repeated out loud. She was supposed to be coming to see me. Kate, he said, as if someone had hit him over the head with all their might. Why didn't she come? I was expecting her. Maybe I got the wrong address, Mr. Wilson began to remember. No, I told her the right thing. He searched his pockets, but they were empty. Mr. Wilson felt how cold he was. His whole body was shaking from the cold. I'm going to freeze to death out here, he thought, and started shouting, hey, somebody let me out of here, help. But there was silence all around. Oh God, help me, Mr. Wilson cried out. His brain was spinning again with tremendous force. Panic and fear began to provoke new thoughts in him. Why didn't Kate come? Mr. Wilson thought. Where is she? Why didn't she save me? Something came to the very surface of his brain and hit him like a blast wave. Kate knew my exact address. A clue pierced him. Did she? Mr. Wilson froze in shock at his thoughts. It seemed to him that everything was jumbled up in his head, but after a moment it became completely clear. My wife did it, he said aloud to someone. She knew where I was. If Samantha had wanted to kill me, she could have taken me here right after the hospital. No one would have noticed I was gone. It was very difficult for Mr. Wilson to accept what had occurred to him. It meant that from the very beginning Kate had been impersonating another person. She had never loved him. The latter was so painful that it seemed to Mr. Wilson his heart would burst from grief. Matthew got out of the taxi, pressed the intercom. The gate opened automatically, and he quietly entered the house. "Give me my bag," he said to Kate and Mrs. Caroline Smith. "I think he'll make it tonight. He won't last long in the cellar. Then we'll take him to the woods as planned. And then the wolves will finish the job." "And if he's still alive?" Mr. Wilson's wife said in a frightened voice. "What would we do then? Or would the owners of the house be there?" "Then we'll take him there alive," replied the man. "Only now we'll leave him deep in the woods. The owner of the house won't be back until early summer, so no one will come there for a long time." "That's it. I'm leaving you. Let's pretend to the servants that I've done all my chores." Matthew hugged his aunt and said goodbye to Kate. The landlady escorted him to the gate, and he set off with a large bag to the bus stop. The man called a taxi on the way and went to his house in the suburbs. His work was almost finished. This time he had no doubt that they would succeed. Samantha ran towards the police car. She was so cold she could barely speak. "That's the house over there. Check it out. There's a big dog in the yard," the girl said in a shaky voice. "I think they hid him there." Who? The policeman could not understand. They cautiously began to make their way towards the house. One of them climbed over the fence. Despite the barking, the dog couldn't reach him. The other followed. Samantha was crying, her head was buzzing from exertion. She wanted to go into the yard again, but the dog pounced on her. It must have been an hour when one of the policemen appeared near the fence. He drove the dog away with a big stick, while the other pulled on Mr. Wilson's old sheet. The man groaned. "Ben." Samantha rushed to him. "Lord, why did I leave you alone?" The girl fussed over her master. The police took the man and Samantha to their flat. Here Mr. Wilson lay down on the bed and finally, under several blankets, was able to get warm. Samantha immediately made hot tea for everyone. "Well, let's do the paperwork, shall we?" suggested the sergeant. "It's a long case, so we'd better get started." It took Mr. Wilson and Samantha almost 3 hours to give their statements. The police took notes. Finally, they summarized. "So apart from your wife, no one else knew where you were?" The sergeant looked at Mr. Wilson. "We're not counting Samantha." "I guess so," agreed Mr. Ben Wilson. "I haven't had any other calls since my call." "Samantha says she saw your wife with a man outside the hotel," the policeman said to the girl. "Even though it was dark, you could see that he was kissing her?" The man called someone at the station and talked for a long time. Then he went back into the room. "We'll go back to that house," he said. "I don't think they'll be there during the day, but they'll be there in the evening or at night. And we'll wait for them there. Please don't call anyone until we get the situation straightened out." The police left and the owner and the carer were left alone. The man felt guilty. "Samantha, I'm sorry, it's all my fault," Mr. Wilson confessed. "I couldn't take it at first and texted my wife. And then when you went to the factory, I called her and asked her to come over. You know, I had a feeling it was her from the beginning," the girl sighed. "Thank God I was able to find you, Lord. It's a good thing I went straight to your house and followed that car. You've already saved me twice. Thank you." Tears ran down Mr. Wilson's cheeks. "God sent you to me. It's a good thing I stood up for you to Mrs. Caroline Smith. I left you. I can't imagine what would have happened if I hadn't hired you back then. I'd be lying in my grave by now." Samantha looked at him. She had been through so much herself these days. The girl walked over to her master and hugged him. The stress made her cry too. It was 12 when a car pulled up to the abandoned house. 2 men got out. One threw a piece of meat to the dog and it stopped barking. The silhouettes followed the house. Someone opened the lock, and the two figures began to descend cautiously into the cellar. Near the door itself, one thug switched on a torch. The other opened the door and stepped inside. The lantern twitched all around the room, but there was no one inside. Matthew was scared out of his wits. He quickly turned round and wanted to run outside, but suddenly 3 policemen appeared in front of them. Against the wall, one of them said, pointing his gun, "Don't move. You won't get away." Mr. Ben Wilson's case had been going on for months. Lawyers for Kate, her mom, and Matthew tried to find some loopholes. They did find something. The ex-wife and her mother got suspended sentences, but Matthew had to go to jail this time. The fraudsters lost all the property they'd bought with Mr. Wilson's money. The dreams of a wealthy life meant that even Mrs. Caroline Smith now had to work. No one cared about the state of her thyroid. The only problem was that with a suspended sentence, women couldn't get any more or less decent jobs. Kate and her mother had worked several jobs, washing large production areas. But unfortunately, no matter how much life taught them, still Mrs. Smith and Kate did not think they were to blame. After Mr. Ben Wilson returned home, changes began to take place in his life too. The first thing the man did was take a realistic look at his health. And since there was no positive prognosis, the man decided to sell his factory after all. Andrew and another of his employees bought it back in installments. "I am glad that my brainchild will belong to you," Mr. Wilson confessed to his former colleagues. "In your hands, my factory will be under your care. I am sure that in a few years you will have achieved much more than I did." Despite the sadness of losing his enterprise, Mr. Wilson sighed peacefully after a few months. He had enough money for a long, prosperous life. But the most important thing Mr. Wilson had gained from the whole affair was a trusted and loyal friend. Samantha accompanied her master all the way to the end of the case. For a while she was still afraid that something else might happen to Mr. Wilson. But after Matthew was put away and Kate and Mrs. Smith were punished, Mr. Wilson kept his promise as promised. "Samantha, what do you think of this picture?" Mr. Wilson stopped beside the blue dancers. "What stunning colors. I adore this painting." Samantha took his hand, and together they looked at the mesmerizing figures of the girls in the blue dresses. Samantha no longer doubted that Mr. Wilson had ceased to be her master who gave her work. He had become her friend and her favorite person. "Samantha, what do you think of this painting?" Mr. Wilson stopped next to the blue dancers. "What stunning colors. I adore this painting." Samantha took his hand, and together they looked at the mesmerizing figures of the girls in the blue dresses. Samantha no longer doubted that Mr. Wilson had ceased to be her master who gave her work. He had become to her a friend and a favorite man. Ben had been hesitant to propose to his carer for a long time, and it wasn't that he didn't believe her feelings. "Maybe she'll find someone better than me," he thought. "After all, I'm an invalid and she'll have to be a carer for the rest of her life." The man was torn between his feelings for the girl and his common sense. One day he plucked up the courage to talk to Samantha about his love. "Samantha," said Ben, "you mean too much to me, and I'm very afraid of losing you. I need you to understand me." Wilson tried to explain something. "Ben, I love you," she smiled. "Let's not make this any harder than it has to be. If you care about me, let's not make up some excuse to break up." "Let's not," agreed Ben Wilson. "I love you too. Marry me." Suddenly he said, "If you have no more doubts about anything, I'll answer you at once." "Yes," the girl laughed. Ben and Samantha married and had a little holiday for themselves, and only at the end of the summer their parents flew in. "What's up?" Ben's father raised his glass. "Our children have been through so much, but these problems have hardened their union. Now we can be sure that no circumstances in their lives will not be able to separate them." That was the message the newlyweds began to live by. Samantha did everything possible so that her Ben did not feel detached from life. They visited many interesting places together, and when their daughter was born, Ben was finally able to fully experience what it was like to have a family. "Disability can only limit you when you want it to," Ben Wilson liked to say. "And I can safely say that I have a lot more opportunities than the average person." "Hello, Virginia. I'm driving right now. Actually, it's dangerous for drivers who are on the highway and distracted by their phones. Maybe they're being indoctrinated by their moms, too. Why shouldn't I drive in the face of danger? I want to be on time. You raised me to be responsible, Jordan said. Mommy, I'm not laughing. I listened to you and I heard you. I'll call you Sunday night, okay? Say hello to your father. Bye, kisses. Ending the call, Jordan couldn't hold back a wide smile, satisfied, slightly patronizing. Mom, she doesn't change, she's methodical, and her Jordan's tenacity in pursuing her goal is exactly what he inherited from her. His deputy, Max, he's been told, refers to him in private as my fanatical boss, and he says it with pride. Employee partners considered Jordan serious, down to earth, dry atom in solving problems, even rigid. No one doubted that was logical. And what else could a village boy from the Archangelsk backwoods, born in the family of a forestry farm driver and a village accountant, be like? And by the age of 35, he had managed to turn into the owner of a large and quite successful wholesale company in St. Petersburg? Jordan traded fish and seafood, supplied stores, restaurants, and small wholesale warehouses in his native village. That's what they called him, Jordan the wholesaler. Jordan had to visit his hometown often. And no amount of busyness would have been an excuse to himself if he hadn't visited his own for a couple of months. It wasn't that he missed the country life, it didn't appeal to him at all. It would be somewhere in the south, on the Mediterranean, or the Adriatic, where the colors are bright, people smiling from the eternal sun. That's where he would live in a village in the summer. And the forestry farm. No, that's enough. Having more or less confidently established himself in St. Petersburg, starting to get on his feet, he immediately began to persuade his parents to move in with him. I'll buy you an apartment not far from me, so that in case of anything to help promptly, he said. I know that you helped us, his father grinned, not without pride. But I've lived here all my life. Jordan neighbors, friends, fishing, hunting, mushrooming, all here. I'll find something to do here every day when I retire, Harold said. Think about it. Can you imagine me in the city? I'm not used to theaters and museums. I'm not interested. There are no friends there. No one to go fishing or to the bathhouse with. I've never lived in an apartment there, and I don't want to start. I need my own house, my own yard to get out. And here's this walled forest, a bathhouse by the woods, which I cut down myself. Am I just going to leave it all like this? I'm running away. You have to live in a house, or it will quickly deteriorate if it stands like a summer house. You've started to earn money. Soon you'll want to have a family. There will be a place to bring the kids on vacation. Harold smiled. Nicholas, you're funny, you're affectionate. Not offended at all, said his mother, not interrupting his father and cleverly developing a pause in his words. Well, who now takes children on vacation in the village? And what modern girl would come here on vacation to feed mosquitoes? Jordan would take them to the south, to the sea, to the exotic, wouldn't he, Jordan? Maybe, Jordan said, taking his mother's words as an agreement to move to Peter. Do you understand me? I'll organize a trip to the south for you too. Take a vacation this summer. Don't waste money, you'll only need it yourself. We are quite happy with life in the north, Harold objected. When I get rich, then yes, I'll be happy to go, winked his mother. But I don't want to move either. Although I miss you very much, but I do not want to. I have a comfort zone here. Mom, I see that you are aware of the trends of modern psychology? Jordan laughed. I've never been retarded, Mom laughed back at him. We're very young, my father and I. We don't need much help. We manage on our own. When you have children and you need my help with your grandchildren, then maybe we'll move. If I'm your wife, Kimberly smiled. Jordan knew his mom too well to insist on anything right now. If she said no, she could change her mind, of course, but only after much thought on her own. And at someone else's request or demand, never. His mother, a small round blonde with a snowy, Pretty face everyone imagined at first glance soft and malleable. But those who knew her better would have laughed at such an opinion. Sweet, cozy, she really never raised her voice, did not achieve their hysterics and scandals, and in the most difficult situations always kept calm, which the head of the village administration called Olympic. She had a strong and stubborn character. She masterfully managed to stealthily direct the impulsive father where she intended, and do not limit his freedom in all sorts of male trifles. She was gentle and clever at the same time. I guess they're not born like that anymore, they're just disappearing off the face of the earth. Jordan inherited his mother's quiet stubbornness for a reason. He never gave up hope of convincing his parents. When assertiveness, practicality, and what to hide, a share of luck allowed him to start his own business, and not so slowly increase turnover. He bought a small house near Zelenogorsk, requiring cosmetic repairs, and brought his parents there for a visit. Look what a place. A gorgeous forest, a bay. The Rybatskaya campground is nearby, excellent. The owner, Harold, the same age as my father, a great guy. Repair can be done under himself in any style. We'll order together. We'll think it over only for yourself and order as you like or as it is fashionable now. It's your house. What are we going to do here? You'll soon bring a young mistress into it. There can't be two mistresses in a house, and when they get along so that both of them are comfortable, it's a very rare case, an exception to the rule. Nicholas and I are very proud of you, and we will come to visit you with pleasure. But we have our own house, Kimberly said, as steadfast as a small rock. Sometimes Jordan grew tired of chasing. He called it that out of habit, not just driving, but any business endeavor. Jordan allowed himself to stop for a few minutes of relaxation at the first place he could find. Sometimes he didn't realize why he was attracted to it. What did it matter? All that mattered was the result. Now he skipped Sukhodolskoye Lake and regretted it. But don't come back. But why not? I stopped on the outskirts of some small village at the first gas station. At least I could eat some stupid hot dog and think over the options of a pleasant night's stay. A closer look through the Cozy Apartments app on the way would not hurt now. I got out of the car, breathed in the air. The mixture of gasoline and white grass behind the gas station was a safe distance away. A campfire was burning, a few young, long-legged guys jumping around. Fall, warming up. Let go of the dog, asshole. A gusty voice interrupted Jordan's relaxation. He switched instantly when he sensed danger or any inconvenience to himself. He was too tired now. An indifferent apathy came over him, but he had to return from his cocoon to the sinful earth, albeit reluctantly. "What are you doing here again?" came the lazy response. The cheerleading squeal picked up the same lazy yell. Jordan was involuntarily wary. He didn't like such cheerleaders from his forestry childhood. "Give the dog back," I said. "We'll barbecue your hat, we'll roast it, and we'll roast you too. Only with a different recipe," if you perform, came a threatening voice. Laughter and squeals confirmed the seriousness of intentions. Not impressed? Cut off the frightened voice. In the circle of light stood a skinny, long-haired, red-headed girl in a short jacket, tight jeans, and rubber boots. Almost a child, but already shapely. Around her, several tall and fit guys backed away from the bright light. She didn't. Just quickly caught and hugged by the neck a shaggy, dirty dog that one of the guys had let loose. "Kimberly, covered in fine. Come back. Let's go home," the well-packed man said mockingly, as if he'd accidentally forgotten to pack his hunting carbine in the trunk and was tossing it from hand to hand in a measured motion. Jordan glanced at the red-headed girl. "Wow, you weren't in much of a hurry," she stated with leftist savvy. The redhead shook her hair and, to the silent disapproval of those around her, turned and walked toward the stout man. Not too hurriedly, but with a dead grip on the withers of the confused dog. "Thank you," the girl said as soon as she stepped into the gas station. "Where can I take you?" Jordan asked almost idly, like a rescue answering machine. The girl was in no danger of being victimized by bullies at this point, and some reasonable detour could be made to take her home, but there was no interest in socializing with her at all. Strangers and strangers are addressed as you, she reminded him without pretense. Jordan shuddered in surprise and cheered up a little. For the first time that evening and all day, he shook off the weight of strategic thoughts. From the girl came a tangible aroma of stale clothes, 3 kilograms of clay on each boot. What an impoverished noblewoman. "Where shall I take you?" he asked. "Kayla." "I'm afraid I'm not expected anywhere." The redhead shrugged her sharp shoulders. "Look, just because you had a fight with Mom and Dad doesn't mean you have to make them put out a bolo. I'm sorry, I'm back on the you again. How old are you?" "Don't. Just this one. That a lady doesn't ask her age." Jordan was surprised, although I wouldn't be surprised by such an answer. "No, I'm fine with that," he said calmly. "A girl. I'm 21, though I'm used to being mistaken for a 15-year-old. I graduated from college with a degree in economics and accounting, like my mom told me to. I was even going to look for a job in my major. Just like my mom said. Let her rest in peace. I feel sorry for her. She just didn't consult me when she married that asshole she trusts more than me. She's a nurse. She works shifts. She's on call a lot. Her new husband is a mechanic at the candy factory." Jordan looked thoughtfully at the red-haired girl. "He's always home in the evenings, and they don't bake cakes at night," Kayla continued. "I warm up dinner for me and him at the same time. He'd grab me by the shoulders and then by the ribbon. Another day, I was lucky to get away with it. The guy took offense, warned me if I didn't get smarter. He'd kick me out of the house." She was quiet for a while. I hesitated, but decided to tell my mom after all. She has the right to know with whom she lives. Then she told me that I don't know anything about gratitude, that I was selfish. She raised me with such labor, and now I'm interfering with her happiness, which she waited for so long. Talking trash about her loving husband? Kayla took a deep breath. Maybe that would be the end of it for now. But she did ask Bill the question. He was quick to answer, "I'm sorry, Charlotte. I didn't mean to upset you, but your daughter is deliberately provoking me, keeping me on my toes, just to keep us apart. Of course, it's not your fault she's grown up like this. You've worked hard to provide for her." Kayla grinned bitterly. There he was, the honorable one. He was without pretension. His mother believed him unconditionally, called me names, demanded I apologize to an offended Bill. I pretended to go to bed, packed my backpack with a couple changes of underwear and my papers and left. The only money I honestly took was my savings from my summer part-time job. Maybe it would have been wise to bring some things, but I couldn't. It would have made it look like I was worse than he was. She glared at Jordan. "Are you thinking right now that this is just my cover story to get you off my back and rip you off? I mean, I'm homeless. Or at least to get money for a drink, for example. Well, I've definitely already got that look. Do you have somewhere to go? Or just so vagabonding out of principle and love of art?" She smiled sadly. "Did you like it?" Jordan asked himself, catching the funny thought that for some reason he believed this girl. "I'm stupid, of course, but not that stupid," she explained. "What's there to like about it? Not unless it was somewhere near warm seas and then in Europe." Jordan listened attentively to Kayla's story. "That's until October," she continued. "Where did you get this knowledge? You've been to warm seas?" "No, of course not. I haven't earned it yet. I've just been reading a lot. I want to travel someday. Not as extreme as I am now, of course." Kayla was quiet for a moment. "I forgot to ask, where is my point of departure from?" "Tiva region, Staritsa station. I decided to go to Podporozhye. My father and his new family live there. They have a house. We haven't talked for a long time, but I thought he wouldn't mind taking me in, at least for the first time, until I find some work in St. Petersburg. Everything is more expensive in Moscow, and I have no one there at all." She grinned bitterly. It was a stupid thing to do. I should have found out something beforehand, and I just went like a hedgehog in a fog. Of course, if I'd known my father's number, I would have called him. But I just took a chance. There is a house. My father is not here. He works on a rotational basis in the far north. The only people in the house are his wife and red-headed twin boys. I showed her the documents. She said she believed me I looked just like my father, and the boys have the same color hair as me. She was calm, no hysterics. She showed me the deeds to the house. All the property is registered to her. She told me that the house was her inheritance, and that they had a fair agreement with my father. He couldn't buy such a place, but he earns a lot of money for his family. And she just raises the kids, gardens, and waits for him. And there's no place for me here. She's not a charity worker. So I'm not coming. I'm going back to my mom's. Kayla sighed. "Well," she said it much more politely than I'm saying it for short. I didn't have anything to object at all. She was right. She even left me overnight. She wasn't afraid I'd say something to my husband. In the morning, I just walked to the station. I don't know where I'm going next. I put off the decision until I got to the station, and some freaks on a moped speed past and snatched my backpack with my money, phone, and documents from me. Jordan listened carefully to Kayla's story. I was carrying it not behind my back, but in my hand. For some reason, she continued. It was lucky that the passport was in my jacket pocket. When I showed it to my father's wife, I was too lazy to put it neatly back into my backpack. I can show you. The girl shoved the passport under Jordan's nose with a magician's gesture. "Nice to meet you." "Kimberly," she introduced herself. Jordan chuckled. Jordan. It was like a Brazilian soap opera. Twice Jordan. "That's kind of cool," he grinned. "I didn't realize that Bruce Willis watched soap operas," Kimberly said sweetly. Jordan replied. "There were tons of them on not too long ago. Mom used to watch them sometimes for recreation." He didn't react to the mention of Bruce Willis. "I figured you didn't go to the police so they wouldn't bring you home. You weren't seriously considering vagrancy, were you? She's not a stupid girl, but she's a fool. What do you think your prospects are on the street?" Jordan cut himself off abruptly. The girl was clearly not in the right state of mind to indoctrinate and moralize, and he took the tone of a job interview, and that was funny in its own way. "No, at least not decent ones," Kimberly said. "What am I supposed to do with you? I don't want to turn you in to the police. Leaving you here isn't an option. Do I have to bring the dog home with me?" "No, it's a 5-spot," the girl explained. "I fed her at the same store with sausages on the way to my father's house. She shadowed me, so I took her with me." "Do you have any work for me?" "Unskilled labor would be fine. I can clean and cook quite well. I don't know the cuisines of the world, but my borscht and dumplings are really good." "And you'd go to look at a workplace now?" Jordan chuckled. "Are you sure you're a fool, Kimberly girl, if you're not court scared? Mom was definitely only concerned with her personal life, not your upbringing, if she didn't instill in you that you shouldn't get in the car with strange men." Kimberly smiled. "Thank you, Captain Hindsight. I wouldn't get in with just anyone. It's just that not many people care. I didn't expect anyone to stand up for us at all, not even to listen. What happens when someone helps me out and then listens to me? I think I can trust him." She looked at the gun. "Is that a hunting rifle?" "I can tell the difference. Grandpa hunted. Simple logic." Logical, Jordan smirked. "You must be hungry, huh?" "Some gas station hot dog I could eat," Kimberly admitted. She was quite cozy in the back seat, lying down as if she'd only slept on narrow cots or on long-distance trains all her life. 5, stretching her paws out on the mat, sometimes howled unexpectedly behind Jordan's back, but Kimberly slept as quietly as if she wasn't even there. She was from a normal family, albeit an incomplete one. Not a tramp or a bum, just a girl. Jordan was sure of it. He hadn't grown up at court himself. For 6 months now, he'd been thinking of hiring a housekeeper and putting her in the empty guest house. He didn't like big company in the house, so the guest house was empty. Everything you need to live there, and what you don't have, you can get in the main house. Most likely as an accountant, Kimberly is a rural college graduate. As an au pair, she's a good fit. It is unlikely that the candidates recommended by the housekeeper hiring agency will be fundamentally better. Kimberly, still not fully awake, cleared the air with the edge of her palm. You just keep in mind that this will be the very first job I've ever had, apart from handing out flyers, Kimberly said. And that's not to say that I'm entitled to any understanding or leniency, but that I have to chew everything in detail on a daily basis. And duties weekly, different little things for your own convenience, so that I do not have the slightest in front of my eyes and do not ask stupid questions. The more detailed the instruction, the better the result will be. Are you a sensible girl at times? Jordan snorted. It just seems that way, Kimberly reassured him. I just don't like trouble. Okay, I'm convinced. I'll come up with detailed instructions for you, Jordan assured her. I'll pay you what the market average is. Unless, of course, you disguise your duties. No way. A job's a job. Thank you. Are you really going to help me out? Even if you save me, you won't regret it. I'm responsible when you really have something to do. For some reason, Jordan expected that now she'd become more animated and start talking nonstop, spilling facts from her life. But she stared silently out the window, and after about 10 minutes she fell asleep again. How many kilometers did she walk during the past day? Interesting. Kimberly lived and worked for the second month in a bright, almost always empty house near Pittsburgh, surrounded by deep, spacious forest, where she had managed to collect so many mushrooms that she even dried and froze a solid bunch for the winter. Of course, if there were to be a mistress and children here, the duties would become more complicated, but then people would need different qualifications. For now, Kimberly would do just fine. She'd given her employer fair warning that she'd try to change her life at the first opportunity. If he wanted to hire a real, permanent, and reliable housekeeper who would seriously get into the running of his house and garden housekeeping, it certainly wouldn't be Kimberly. But Jordan was liking everything so far. He hadn't picked on anything at all, had never once expressed a shadow of dissatisfaction with the female order. But he wasn't really happy about it either. Good, Jordan said, smiling fluently when he came back from the office or wherever. That's fine. At least she doesn't yell and demand to turn inside out of her own skin for her pennies. You're lucky. At least you have an adequate employer. Her friend Amelie was happy for Kimberly. No sooner had Kimberly agreed to live in Jordan's homestead guest house and run his simple household in the large main house than he immediately gave her a smartphone for work-related purposes, which could be used for personal use as well. Kimberly held out her doubts and sought out a couple of her closest friends on social media, the only ones she wanted to share her journey, adventure, and unexpected employment with. Amelia and Monica were offended that she disappeared without warning, and Paprikala endlessly on the theme, "Hello, dear Cinderella, right you loser sisters," but only for appearances in order. They got tired of it very quickly. And the correspondence on the second day took the form of a usual conversation of old friends from the first grade. After thinking up a safe speech, the girls went to Kimberly's wife and mother, where they found out that she was not wanted. Bill said that winter was coming soon and the daughter herself would materialize on the doorstep as soon as she was cold enough to live on some girlfriend in the country. That's what she and her mother thought, that Kimberly lived somewhere in the neighborhood. But they weren't going to look and check. Kimberly cried quietly through the night, tucked into a shaggy, 5-toed plush flower. Of course, she realized that she hadn't needed her mother much for a long time. But it was one thing to understand, and another to make sure she understood correctly. Oh well. She had a favorite audit professor in college. She was an orphan. Kimberly told her and Emily herself once. Didn't even know who her mother was, who her father was. Childhood on the government payroll. They were very surprised at the time and didn't know why. She's quiet, pretty. Husband, son, daughter, dog, and cat. Nothing happened to her. Nothing bad could happen to Kimberly without her mom's love. Jordan had urged her to make herself known. A mom's a mom. She's not some monster. She'll be looking for her mom by winter anyway, he said. She'll start thinking, she'll file a criminal complaint, he said. Kimberly didn't think about it for long. She agreed. Yeah, I'll do that, just a little later. I'm not ready yet, she replied. It wasn't so cold at Jordan's house that she wanted to go back to the registration office. The heating there turned out to be an afterthought. The first time, not yet. Troubled by childhood memories of her mother's friends, Kimberly was only afraid of her host's guests. But his guests were rare. And those that did come and talked more about business and acted like they were at a business meeting, she was ignored, as if she were some kind of janitor. And that was very comforting and gratifying. Kimberly checked the elegant statuettes and fancy decorative candles in the living room over the fireplace every Friday and thought that the owner of the house had obviously counted on some other guests. If he'd bought all this stuff and put it here. It wasn't very well arranged, of course, so she rearranged it more nicely. He doesn't care, but it makes me feel good, Kimberly thought. She was even starting to get worried. Does he have any friends? No, those smiling, smooth-talking, or conversely reserved, wary business associates, but just friends who would call him Jordan and talk to him about something ordinary and interesting only to them. He often arrives over, though. Talking about the ordinary at that time is something few people would want to do, Kimberly reasoned. Talk to you about anything. Does your Jordan, other than your job or purely as a piece of furniture, see you, her friends asked. He rarely does, but I don't feel like furniture, Kimberly answered without thinking. And this Friday, the landlord didn't return calls about the week's grocery shopping. He arrived much later than yesterday, at 3 in the morning, and the car plowed at the same time as he did, as if on cue. Sleek, well-groomed brunette with coral nails on long and thin pearlescent fingers. She should have gone to bed quietly, having finished all her chores, instead of waiting for him like a fool, a complete idiot. She couldn't think of anything but the most common option. Kimberly berated herself for her miscalculation, but even more so for being so unpleasant about a surprise that she actually should be indifferent about the important visitors. Jordan usually called ahead of time and gave some specific orders, and these guests were completely unexpected. She didn't say anything back to Kimberly, just slid a blank stare at the greeting, like the girl with the paddle in the old park. Good. To Kimberly, that meant it was okay to act the same way. She hummed cozily and dissolved into the book. At least she could be sure that no one would bother her in her room until morning. She came home silently, as if she might wake someone there, and prepared to quietly take a bath and go to bed. If the dream hadn't been shaken up by the phone ringing unexpectedly. Kimberly didn't want to pick it up, but he insisted. Kimberly, Deputy Master Max exhaled almost patiently. Well, thank God, at least you are. Are you in your room or somewhere near Mr. Jordan? Sorry for the stupid question. His cell phone is unexpectedly disconnected at this time of day, and I need it now. I'm in my room, Kimberly replied. I know I have no right to ask you anything, especially in the middle of the night. And I wouldn't if it wasn't important. Look, I'm sorry, but there's a problem with the paperwork on the last big shipment. It just came up in the overnight shipment. So we have to do something about it. Please run if you can to the owner's house and hand Jordan's cell phone. You can reset it now and I'll call you back in 5 minutes. I can't explain to Max that Jordan's not alone, Suddenly something really global. Kimberly threw on a long, almost toe-length down jacket over her pajamas. The cocoon she'd bought with her first paycheck, dipped her feet into her athletic boots, and slipped quietly out the door. The front door of the master's house was, as usual, unlocked. Why, if the gate was locked, there was a panic alarm and video surveillance. Kimberly deliberately stomped rather loudly up the stairs to the second floor, where the master guest bedrooms were, so as not to catch the couple off guard. But it seemed that in those Indian Pathfinder boots she was never heard. There was a conversation going on outside the door, quite loud and lively for the time of night. "Where do you see the caprice, Jordan?" came a woman's voice. It was the usual request of a girl with a sense of dignity. "I'm not a prude, and I understand men's physiological needs, as you've already seen. But the times of slave owners with concubines or barinas with serf girls are a little past. Since you're so conscientious and socially responsible that you can't fire her on the street, write this girl a perfect reference and pay for some, I don't know, VIP job search package through a domestic staffing agency. I have absolutely nothing personal towards her. May she have better luck elsewhere. I assure you, she doesn't care who she continues her career with. Let anyone's husband or boyfriend sleep with her, but not mine personally. No one's ever complained that I'm not making my position clear." Listen, Jordan's voice was calm, tired. "I have no desire to offend you or Kimberly. I wonder if you're comparing us." A woman's voice responded with a gentle, lazy sneer. But the conversation was not destined to continue. Kimberly's cell phone rang in her down jacket pocket. It was Max, whom she'd forgotten about while standing under the door. She realized immediately that she was still standing there and started pounding on the door with her fist. And then she raised her voice. "Max has an emergency." Jordan opened the door almost immediately and slipped through the door as quickly as he could to keep her from looking into his bedroom. Kimberly slowly turned around and headed back out without waiting for comment. Ameli's friend was right. Things were going suspiciously well. It couldn't last. You can't get used to a good thing so it won't be so frustrating when it's over. Kimberly was the most sensible and practical of all the women, their friends and acquaintances. It pissed off the girls on the course with their complete lack of desire for romance, and few wanted to be friends with her. Kimberly shrugged and said everyone's different. And Ameli's practicality didn't get in the way at all. On the contrary, it's good to have such an unflappable person around. I must wait until morning sometime and call her, to advise her on where to go next. A dreary apathy came over Kimberly, endless, dragging like rubber. I wish I could cry. She'd slept very little. She didn't even know if she was dreaming. She just fell out of reality sometimes, and then came back in again. At 8 o'clock in the morning, she got out of bed and made coffee on the small gas stove. Settling down at the narrow table with a cup, she looked around for her phone to dial. Only now did she remember that Jordan had her cell phone. "I've lost my mind," Kimberly complained confusedly to Piglet, who was lying at her feet with a nonchalant face. It was as if their life and living had been clearly and successfully determined once and for all. "You have me stupid." Kimberly was very supportive of short conversations with the dog, nothing superfluous, just the gist of the question. The dog's answers can be figured out by herself. It's dog nonsense, of course, but it helps to look at the problem calmly and find a solution. "Don't get too involved in this therapy," Amelie advised Kimberly almost seriously. "It's better to make some acquaintances among people." That's easy for her to say. If she had a regular job, it would be different. But here it's like living in a nature reserve, comfortable, quiet, but completely deserted. Jordan, as it turned out, had never had any housekeepers or domestic helpers before. At least he'd had a cook come in. "Kimberly, I'm not really a foodie," Jordan explained carefully, neither offended nor angry at the question. You see, I often come home at night, have business lunches during the day, and go to a restaurant with my partners in the evening. Quite often have to dine out. For other occasions, there is delivery. Now you're cooking for yourself. You're treating me. It's very good, by the way. Especially the beef chowders. So I'm not being greedy. I just didn't feel the need without servants. I started to think about cleanliness and order. Hiring you solved the problem. Everyone says it's much more cozy. I think so myself. Actually, to complain about work and life would be the height of insolence. My wife used to think this kind of work was something humiliating. One word for it, and a word, a servant. The creators of TV series Distort Reality for Girls, Jordan smirked, noticing her first confusion and tension. You're just like any other employee, except you're not an office worker, not a salesman. I'm house staff for now. If you don't like it at home, we'll find you something else. I've got plenty of openings. Kimberly was embarrassed to ask why he was helping her. Even the impeccably logical Amelie couldn't see any real reason. The girls unanimously dismissed the love story at once. Of course, it was the most tempting, but it wouldn't work for us, Kimberly said with a confident snicker. Jordan hadn't shown any interest in me as a girl. I'm more affectionate with my dog, Peter, than he is with me. Jordan didn't show the slightest hint of interest in my girlfriends, even in jest. The usual benevolent employer who is not too interested in the employee's personality, as long as her work suits her. Meals, he explained, were on him. It turns out that many people practice this for domestic staff. He gave me a card to buy groceries and household items. Controlled expenses for a week, then stopped. Jordan said, "You can spend more. If you really think you need to buy something for the house, don't bug me about the little things, but for the big purchases, please consult me. You know, if you need a new washing machine or something." Kimberly hadn't heard a single nag from him. Now she honestly tried to remember again. Not a single one. It's unlikely she's that flawless at her job. It's probably just that Jordan's spoiled and unpretentious. Look, there's only one viable theory, Amelie concluded. The man probably came from a simple family and worked his way up. He has a simple outlook on life. Why not help the girl if it costs him nothing? It's good for the bottom line. Now Jordan's going to fire her, most likely. First of all, his friend didn't like her. Secondly, there was eavesdropping at the door, albeit accidentally, but still eavesdropping. No sooner had Kimberly crouched on the floor next to Pyarachka and thought about her next steps in life, covering the dog's head with her hands, than the doorbell rang briefly. "Come in." "Is it open?" Kimberly answered, trying to sound calm. Jordan entered, placing her cell phone on the table. "Here, I'll give it back. Max and I made you uncomfortable. It's rare, but it happens sometimes. If it happens again, you'll understand. It's a work thing. I never turn my phone off at night. But sometimes it has a life of its own, so it went off at the wrong time. Anyway, I'm sorry." "I'm sorry too," Kimberly heard her own voice. "I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation. I was just confused when I realized it was about me. If you need me, I'll leave without a problem. Don't keep me here out of pity. You've been so helpful. My friends didn't believe me at first, that this could just happen. I'm okay with my citizenship, my registration, and my specialty, so I won't be lost. There are people in much worse situations." I don't know what Kimberly was imagining, but I don't want to get into it, Jordan said tiredly, even grimly. Jordan said, "I just thought I had found someone for a serious relationship. But it turns out I was just imagining things. And you just work your ass off and keep it simple." Kimberly had noticed that he had a habit of fiddling with various objects in his hands, his phone, glasses, a pen, when he was thinking about something. Now he picked up a thin sketchbook from the dining room table, the kind they usually buy for first graders. He opened it, leafed through it, and perked up. "Oh, This is drawn with a regular pencil. Is that how you know how to do it, and you don't say anything? We did not ask about your hobbies? He blurted out. The first thing that came to mind. The 5 is like a living person, and her character is conveyed. I look so good only after a vacation, when I am on the beach in the Dominican Republic. Disconnect from everything. Max is handsome and a crook. What's it really like? The chief accountant, but once you've seen him, it's like you've known him your whole life. Listen, you have a talent. That's me, no kidding. For the first time, Kimberly realized the real meaning of the phrase, almost falling through the cracks. She was quite decent at taking criticism and complaints, did not go after words and quarrels, but she was not used to praise and was lost, as if on an alien planet. It's her own fault, she thought, scattering her personal belongings around as if intent on being found. Of course, if Jordan were more curious, he'd be interested. There's no telling what could be in there. Just because she doesn't have her own property doesn't mean she can't have her own secrets. And he sees everything around here as his. And in his position, that's normal, I guess. Jordan's casual voice brought her back to earth from her world of thought. I went to the central warehouse, then to the office, and the guests took a cab. And don't worry, it's unlikely you'll see any more of them here. See you tonight. He nodded and left. 5 immediately took a deep breath. Kimberly exhaled loudly and was surprised to catch herself feeling happy. Arrogant, haughty Sabrina had imagined in vain that she'd found someone she could twirl around so easily. Jordan said, "She'll have to start looking again. She won't be alone for long. She's too pretty. I'd like to paint someone in some ancient Roman outfit and against a backdrop of rapeseed hills." Until recently, Jordan had hardly ever wondered whether he was lucky or unlucky in his personal life. It hadn't seemed like anything important at all. It'll all catch up later. It's never too late to catch up, he thought. There were always some more important things to do, requiring full immersion and dedication. So there wasn't enough resource for a full-fledged relationship. He was squeamish about professional women. The most expensive escort girls for him were no different from those girls who sit with truckers for one flight. Max tried to change the chief's mind, wanting to involve him in his favorite leisure activity. But he got tired and abandoned his idea. Of course, Jordan had had resort romances. Any of them was pleasant to remember, and he didn't want to continue when the vacation relaxation ended. Max's envy. The boss was a success with spectacular, wealthy and self-sufficient girls, whose lives were too rich and interesting in themselves to be locked in the search for a promising permanent man. In such relationships, no one suffers. They are just for fun and the joy of living. Jordan was happy with his own way of life. If only his parents didn't think he was living wrong and didn't remind him of it. Even his always understanding mother. As soon as the clock struck your 30th birthday, the situation began to change insidiously. Slowly but inexorably. Even yesterday, unconditionally proud of her son, who achieved a lot on his own because he was not distracted by nonsense. And suddenly declared that all this is not too valuable, if for no one, as for no one. Mom, after all, you and your father have a house, 2 cars, you've started to see the world, and I look at you and I'm happy that I was able to provide you with a normal life. It's all great, Jordan. We're proud and we enjoy it. But without all of that, we'd still be doing fine. And seeing you happy is the most important thing to Nicholas and I. Jordan said. Helpful, but you don't look unhappy. Do you agree? He smiled complacently. I know my business and I love my parents' house. I have a place to come. I have a close friend. Yes, just Alex, but I don't need more, you know me. I haven't met someone I want to be around every day. I can't get married just because the time is right, especially since no one gets married as early as they did 30 years ago. Yes, I understand, Virginia sighed, feigning marital sadness. Or rather, it was easier for Jordan to think she was faking something. One day he overheard his parents talking and realized that they were quite seriously worried. "Nicholas, it's already occurring to me that Jordan still remembers Naomi, which is why he can't find someone else. It happens sometimes. Remember my great-uncle Bill? A classmate of his once didn't wait for him to get out of the army. To other people, it's such bullshit, childish love. He died a childless bachelor. Well, while he was young, he had his perks. But when he got old, he became untouchable. It's depressing." He was starting to worry more and more that Jordan might be like that. And you've given yourself something to worry about, and you brought Uncle Bill into it. Jordan's not like him at all, is he? Not at all. He doesn't remember Naomi from a long time ago. He's making money. He's making a lot of money. He's got a couple years to go. That's normal for a guy. What did he see? While he was setting up his business. One thing he's seen, after a while of partying, he'll want a family. I'd like a grandson or a granddaughter myself, if it wasn't named Benjamin. Jordan felt guilty, even though he knew it wasn't his fault. He'd made his mother worry, even though he didn't want to. It was a stupid story. Is Dad right? Naomi. He hasn't thought about her in a couple years. She faded into oblivion and got lost. Naomi was his childhood classmate's girlfriend, really like the legendary Uncle Bill, the only perpetual bachelor in Mom's large family. Jordan said. Naomi came to their school in 3rd grade. Her mother had divorced her husband and returned with her daughter to her parents' home from another lumber mill town. The girls were mostly tough and boisterous and perky. They were freezing at their desks, giggling and whispering. When the teacher announced, "This is Naomi Woods, she'll be studying with us," Naomi was graceful, somehow very quiet and really light in the truest sense, with soft long hair and big blue eyes. A princess from a fairy tale, the most corny princess, just a paragon. Jordan was an excellent student, but not some nerd, but an athlete and a recognized leader in the class. That day his roommate had the flu, and the new girl was seated next to Jordan. He didn't say or do anything special. But from that day on, they became friends, and were soon seen as inseparable, a couple. Sometimes girls who are beautiful as children grow into the most ordinary girls. But Naomi was not one of them. She grew up to be a real beauty. The most ordinary t-shirts from the local market looked like those from an expensive boutique. At least that's how she seemed to everyone around her at the time. None of the girls even challenged her superiority. It was considered a useless thing, and she was so easy, harmless, and charming that she had no enemies. And it was not interesting to gossip about her. For a township beauty, that was very strange. Naomi, Tiffany's mother, was friends with Jordan and her mother and did not hide her joy that her daughter had such a serious, reliable fiancé. On top of being an athlete and handsome Jordan. But Mom did not know whether to be happy. The girl was very bright. But she doesn't have a lot of whimsy. I can't find anything to fault in your Naomi. And this is very suspicious, she laughed, though she was not quite joking. The chief accountant of the timber processing plant knew all the local manners very well. Evil gossip from boredom, stupid connections from the same boredom. Naomi was different, as if she hadn't grown up here. She had no special talents, except for her natural appearance. They finished high school. Naomi had little interest in her studies. She was always an average student. She didn't seem to have any big career ambitions, so she just went to hairdressing college closer to home. Eyes glowing. Pretty and outgoing. She has great taste, and such a master is always more willing to go to the clientele than to some old, approved her choice of her mother. She wouldn't get lost in New York either. Jordan went to New York and immediately entered the university with a military department, as planned in the 9th grade. At the General Family Council, it was seriously discussed that he would finish his studies, find a job, establish himself in New York, and then take Naomi. Tiffany, Naomi's mother, was very worried about whether Jordan in New York will not find another, and constantly sent to the House Collins to keep abreast of personal life. She liked to anticipate everything. Beauty is beauty, but there will always be someone even brighter. The university is probably full of girls who grew up in urban families, theaters and museums, with whom Jordan may seem more interesting, shared Tiffany with her daughter, but immediately encouraged her not to get upset. It's okay. You just have to show that you're loyal and decent. That's rare nowadays, especially with your looks. They marry that kind of guy. Jordan's going to do great things in life. You don't have to be a fortune teller. He'll dress you up and show you the world. Girls are young, foolish, and throw good guys away. They think there'll be plenty of them, but there really won't be, her mother insinuated, looking very convincing. Naomi's wait for Jordan was flawless. It was like she wasn't interested in other guys at all. Serious girl. I didn't expect her to be. Nicholas complimented her once. You know, Nick, if she went to a big city and acted like that would be class. But here, and who to look at, who to choose from. Guys who want to make it, they leave. Well, I didn't leave once, Nicholas objected. We still had a different upbringing. Tiffany diplomatically justified her husband, who was already regretting having touched on the slippery subject. And she quickly turned the conversation to the topic she had chosen about Naomi. And my future daughter-in-law doesn't even need to look for anyone. She already has a ready and responsible Jordan. All she has to do is just sweep the less than ideal candidates aside. You're going to be a nasty mother-in-law, aren't you? Her husband raised his eyebrows with a sly smile. Am I a good mother-in-law? Tiffany cut him off with a joking threat and waved a piece of food in front of his nose. And she laughed. And whoever doubts it will be bad. Vacation? Jordan had always come home for the first 2 years, but on weekends and short holidays, Naomi had traveled to New York to see him whenever possible. He was already struggling to balance school and work. And Naomi did banquet, wedding hairstyles at home, and she had much more free time. Conductors of trains Boston, New York quickly remembered the fragile, airy blonde, with which followed on the road voluminous bags, bulks with homemade preparations, cabbage and especially pickled and salted mushrooms, which are so fond of her boyfriend. These trips were interesting and had been from the beginning, when she and Jordan spent evenings together. But they became even more interesting a year and a half later, when Jordan began to make friends and acquaintances in New York, with whom they could spend exciting time. Jordan made a friend, Noah, who had a knack for beautifully organizing anything. He knew the city down to the last detail because 3 generations of his ancestors had lived here. But his father had recently been transferred to some important position in Washington. And Noah and his mother preferred to stay in New York at least until Noah graduated. There was no rush. Naomi quickly noticed that her Jordan was copying Noah's habits, the way he behaved with people. Jordan covered all ideas on the fly and often looked even more winning than his friend. But the difference was that too much of his time was spent earning money, and he still had a lot less money than Noah. And it would take a very, very long time for him to at least equal Noah's opportunities. Noah had no immediate problems at all. His father's new position in Washington offered his son many prospects. Noah swam an opportunity like a fish in clear water. And he didn't have a steady girlfriend, much to Naomi's surprise. Noah had said so at his birthday party when he brought Naomi to a stylish corner of his father's garden, copying an Italian patio. She's not here yet, but what if she is you? Why would the uninitiated want any extra details? Relationships are born spontaneously. Close souls find and get to know each other. Naomi briefly thought and decided that she was definitely her, and left with Noah to Washington, having previously made a discreet legal marriage. In confirmation of the marriage, Tiffany, Naomi's mother, later modestly showed interested acquaintances a photo with a sign of the registry office of one of the central districts of New York. In the background, in the foreground, a fragile bride in a flowing silver blue dress is held under the elbow by a masculine, confident groom. It was a beautiful wedding, Not for relatives eager to party at someone else's expense, but just for themselves. No awkward kinship invasions. Just a fairy tale for two and a honeymoon in Cancun, and then also on the island of Kauai and Maui. The beach pics weren't some disgrace either, but classy and beautiful. From a talented and expensive photographer. In all the photos, Noah was smiling broadly, smugly, triumphantly, and Naomi was posing as a gentle fairy. Children's lives are children's lives, Tiffany said meekly and judiciously, standing on the doorstep of the Nicholas home, the nannies. And I'm so sorry we won't rejoice, but we shall remain friends. Come on in, Tiffany, why the show for the neighbors? Ashley replied. Tiffany carefully, but with poorly concealed pride, slipped the pictures to her friend. The guys emailed the stories to me, and I thought I'd print them out for my scrapbook. Isn't she worse than Lady Di? Almost indifferently, without mocking, Ashley said, glancing at the beautiful pictures, a crown prince and a glamorous pussycat. Tiffany, what would you like me to say? I'm glad everything happened now, that my son and your daughter didn't have time to get married and have a baby. Jordan's illness was physically hard and agonizing, long and tiring. The medical profession would say he had a chronic illness. He himself never said a bad word about his frustrated other half, nor would he allow anyone to say a bad word about him. And he would not dare to just quietly go through all this and no longer have any relationship that pretends to be close and touching. Not out of principle, not on purpose. It just happened by itself. An invisible armor grew. He didn't make friends either, only useful business acquaintances. His only friend was his classmate Alex, a bookworm and part-time snowboarder and extreme mountaineer. As soon as he unexpectedly broke up with Sabrina, things suddenly went great. Clearly the events are unrelated, but it's funny. He's never liked the stupid saying about the woman with the wagon, but it fits his and Sabrina's relationship perfectly. As Alex says, secret and stubborn cause and effect. In fact, you should thank your girlfriend that everything turned out so well for you, dear Chief, Max said confidentially. He was determined to develop his thought, but the chief was not inclined to do so. And let's make a deal. You will not call my wife the chosen one. I do not call so constantly changing secretaries of your administrative department. You're not a born deputy general with a hereditary title either. Almost 6 months have passed, April has come, and spring is already tangible in coastal resorts. Pyatorochka found out on a short walk that they have hog game hunters in their neighbors. The girls themselves, if Kimberly was to be believed, didn't want to eat any downed wild birds, but the hunters and their four-legged companions didn't interact smoothly. Big and Shaggy 5 frolicked in the company of elegant and expensive hunting dogs, prize winners and champions of all kinds of exhibitions. She turned out to be completely non-aggressive and very friendly. My puppy has grown so much, Kimberly laughed. Each of the nearest neighbors, whom Jordan had never really known before, because he had no time to get to know them, now had a pencil portrait of a dog with children over the fireplace, or in a cozy corner of the bedroom, or a dog with his wife and children, or a dog with his beloved, respected owner in his office, against a backdrop of racks of books or a stuffed grouse, or portraits of all the family dogs and cats without wife and children, and in any combination desired. Because at home, Jordan's ruler was Kimberly Chigarin, an aspiring graphic artist who just lacked a lot of theoretical knowledge so far. So she was still studying and at the same time working at a job that did not interfere with her studies. Kimberly began to draw avidly when the art expert, who agreed to look at her work, dug up from somewhere, and at the request of the chief obligingly, the Max, discreetly approved. Fresh, original. Where did you study? Accounting college. It happens, as much as you want. Authoritatively hummed the maitre d'. A vocation. Now it is necessary to study. After giving her detailed recommendations, the expert and the master went to the greenhouse. There, among citrus trees, Jordan had a cozy corner where he sometimes treated his guests with cognac or whiskey. Kimberly went to her cabin, quietly turned the key in the lock, sat by the window, and suddenly cried silently. She couldn't remember the last time she'd been so stupidly upset. It must have been back in high school. The tears were light, not bitter, not even stinging her eyes. If Mom could hear what the professor, the gallery owner, was saying now. There's no reason for him to lie. He might well have hinted to the ruler of the house to improve herself better in the art of wet cleaning, or try to get a job as an assistant primary accountant, since she has a specialty. Kimberly thought. The memory brought back to mind the conversation with her mom before the high school prom. Kimberly, I'll say it again, and I won't say it again. Yes, while I feed and clothe you, I will decide where you should go to school. That's not fair. It's my life. You're not going to feed me for the rest of my life and then have me live and suffer through a job I don't like you. My favorite job is the one that allowed me to raise you. So don't get smart. You all think you're smarter than your mothers at this age. Don't look at me like you have a wicked witch for a mother. If you had a rich daddy who was willing to support you and give you a head start in life, it would be different. You'd think I'd feel sorry for you. Then you can do whatever fine arts you want. You're a nurse's daughter, a divorcee with a penniless alimony check. You need a profession that will always feed you. Accountants are needed everywhere. They start making good money pretty quickly. They don't have night shifts and wash old lady patients. Holly, my classmate, works remotely, running several small firms. Nice thing, a cat on your lap and no annoying bossy faces. You'd think she'd be a star in the sky. She's a straight A student, just like me. Kimberly, the daughter of Vaznetsov and Rapin. There's only a few of them. Nobody needs a painter from the word thin. And accountants of average level will find their stable job. Here you will be lucky to marry well, and then do what you want, if your husband will agree to provide for you. Until then, it's just like I said. Kimberly thought, I wonder how Mom is doing now, as if she never had a daughter. After a month of living near Pittsburgh, Kimberly asked Amelie to let her mother know where she was and how she was doing. Amelie told her briefly in general terms that not all is well. Kimberly works as an au pair with room and board. The pay is good. Just before New Year's Eve, Kimberly plucked up the courage to call her mom. Happy New Year, Mommy. Happy and healthy. You're doing fine. You're not on call at home for New Year's Eve. Thank you, my daughter. Happy New Year. Bill and I had some guests over. I'm not really comfortable socializing. Why don't we call again the day after tomorrow? Okay, Kimberly agreed, knowing she wouldn't call back the day after tomorrow. If anything, I call from my number. It's my regular number, she said. Yeah, Happy New Year. Mom quickly said goodbye, hurrying back to her interesting conversations. Kimberly had a strange New Year's Eve, but not a bad one. Jordan had gone to stay with his parents somewhere in the northern village. Kimberly was silently surprised that they didn't want to come to New Year's Eve Pittsburgh themselves, but didn't say anything. As they drove away, Jordan asked what his housekeeper was going to do on New Year's Eve. Wouldn't she be scared on her own? With a fence like that and an alarm system like that, of course not. I once already spent New Year's Eve alone, when my mother had to suddenly replace a sick colleague on New Year's Eve. My girlfriends had left. I didn't have time to make arrangements with anyone. It was nothing special to meet. That's true. But it's kind of sad, Jordan remarked. I'll let you invite some of your girlfriends onto your turf. Kimberly invited Monica. Amelie got a boyfriend. It was a big deal. She was invited to spend New Year's Eve with his family. Monica asked her father for a train ticket to Pittsburgh as a gift, and spent the holiday with a friend. All morning and afternoon on December 31st, the girls walked around the city, and by evening came to feast in the same house. You got a cozy place here? Monica cheerfully approved. And in general romance, artistic taste to transform any old lady guard. Who's that? She looked at the women and pencil drawings and became interested in Max's portrait. That's Jordan's chief deputy. A womanizer and a slippery character, Monica said confidently. Dodgy, smart, Kimberly agreed. Aha, it's true. My friend is a witch. I wish she was, but she's not, unfortunately. It's just a talent you have. I've always said that, in case you remember. Who's that character that looks like Luke Evans? Monica asked, pointing to the portrait. That's Jordan, the owner of the manor, Kimberly replied. Monica said. That short comment meant that she liked the person of the opposite sex. Now I'm wondering if I should run away from home to be rescued by a gentleman like that. Monica, that's not funny, Kimberly countered. It wasn't until I woke up here this morning that I realized what could have happened, and how lucky I was that Jordan was there. So I wouldn't recommend running away. Unreliable lottery, Kimberly said. Come on, you're being a little too serious. Running away is definitely not my thing. I like comfort. And I'm a coward, Monica said. And your boss is really cute. He has a busy personal life, Kimberly said. Because I don't care about his personal life. I won't gossip about him. He's polite. His demands are impossible. He pays well for his work. Even though I'm inexperienced, he brought in art critics to evaluate my sketches. It's already too good, don't you agree? After studying to be an accountant and after my mom's bankruptcy. They were silent for a while, meaningfully looking at the decoration of the house. Wow, New Year's Eve, and this conversation seemed like yesterday. And it's already April, Monica said. Kimberly worked weekends, took regular painting and drawing lessons, and was passionate about other aspects of her life. In general, she gave very little thought to it. But on the first really warm day, when it was clear that winter wasn't coming back, Jordan knocked on the cabin in the evening and asked her a puzzling question. Why didn't you remind me? You've been working for me for over 6 months. You should be on vacation by now. 2 weeks. Everything's blooming in the south. Go on a plein air painting trip somewhere. What's it called? Think before tomorrow, what date do you want to go on vacation? We'll agree tonight. He's withdrawn today and left with a really tired gait. It's easy for him to talk about the South. Kimberly had no idea where to go to get enough money for the winter and where it would be nice and not too crowded. She'd even managed to save some money after she'd paid her tuition, because she didn't have to pay for food and lodging. She'd never been farther than her hometown, except for a school field trip to Washington, D.C., after 9th grade. And she always wanted to travel when she dared to dream and imagine her life was going well. Those dreams always involved traveling, having to be honest with her boss that she needed advice. She never got to ask Jordan about the delights of the South. The next day he came home. Unexpectedly early, at 7 o'clock in the evening, he suddenly knocked on the door of the cabin and asked, "May I sit down here, have a talk?" Kimberly was confused by his different appearance and silently pointed to a chair. "Kimberly, would you understand if your vacation had to be pushed back a little?" Jordan said. "No problem at all," Kimberly admitted. "I didn't realize I was entitled to one. Not if you hadn't suggested it." "You're on the payroll," Jordan reminded her tiredly. "We have to do something about your legal illiteracy." "We will," Kimberly said. "We'll do it later. Do you need help now?" "My parents are coming to visit. Do you want them to feel comfortable while I work?" Kimberly nodded, and for some reason she pictured Naomi's squeamish face just a little from the side, and a tenacious, finicky gaze watching her every move. That is to say, act casual, so good-natured, the boss advised, as if he'd read her thoughts on her face. You just imagine someone else, not my parents. They lived their whole life in the forestry farm. Ordinary good people from the provinces, without stupid shouting ponchos. My father developed heart problems. Only now it turns out he'd had the alarm bells before. But he didn't tell anyone. He thought it would settle down somehow, but it didn't. They'd been recommended a good specialist. I'll arrange it all here. And my dad needs some positive vibes right now. Who knows how long he has left? It's scary to say, but with his diagnosis, it's best not to be self-delusional. My request may seem strange and absurd to you, Jordan continued. You can say no, I understand. My dad and mom really want me to get married. My mom's openly pecking at me already. My father is more silent out of male solidarity, but in recent years he's also worried, according to my mom. If you agree to play along, I'll introduce you as my fiancé, Jordan continued. It will make them so happy that such joy will help them through life's difficulties. Make a lot of things seem like nothing. Don't say no right away. Think about it. It's important to me. I would never have asked for anything beyond your job description if it weren't for these circumstances. Jordan was tensely silent, waiting. Kimberly realized that the ball was in her court, and she had to answer now and in a straightforward manner. I have to concentrate to get my point across, she excused herself. I see your point. Lying for the greater good, after all. But the first objection. What do we do next? All right, you and I will play bride and groom. Father will be pleased. But there's still no wedding. And we don't know when it'll happen. Making up a separation, even a peaceful one. He'll be even more upset by such hopes. It's not good for him. You're going to have to really look for a real bride to fix this. And you can't always find one quickly. You know better than me. To the first objection, I'm used to dealing with problems as they come, Jordan said. As they say, if we're scared, we'll be scared. The course of events can draw further strategy. Right now, I just want to give my father and mother the strength to live. The second objection is that I'm not a good candidate, Kimberly continued. You're a wealthy man, Jordan. And I'm not the bride of a wealthy man. Your parents probably envision a girl from a so-called good family, if not a businesswoman. You can't say that about me. You, with all your intelligence, can just not understand it, do not see the obvious signs, but your mom will. This isn't business. It takes a whole different kind of instinct. Jordan's eyebrows went up in surprise, and for the first time that evening he grinned confusedly. That's the depths of psychology. I like your thoughtful approach to the task. And now I have more and more confidence that you can do it, and my parents will really like you. Well, there's all kinds of actresses, Kimberly said with a final argument. Not all stars are high paid. A lot of people need roles and will play Jacqueline Kennedy if they have to. Dad and Mom would be scared of Jacqueline Kennedy, Jordan said tiredly. They'd love a girl like you. I'm not even going to explain why I'm not interested in this right now. You don't have to play anything. Just act normal. Just remember we're in a relationship. I promise I won't get into character enough to let you get too affectionate. But if I just hold your hand, it's no big deal. Besides, my parents are a little old-fashioned, and they don't recognize hugging in public or anything like that. Help me out, please, Jordan asked. Take a month's vacation, wherever you choose, and I'll pay for everything and clean up before you get there, so you don't have to clean up a month's worth of messes. Okay, fine, I'll do my best, Kimberly said, immediately regretting what she'd said. It's like jumping off the Brooklyn Bridge into the water, she thought. Just tell me more about your parents, and show me pictures of your childhood, she continued. It's strange when a groom doesn't tell his bride about his family. The more I know, the more chances for a successful role. When are your parents arriving? The day after tomorrow. In the evening we meet them, send their things home with the driver, and we go to dinner, get acquainted, celebrate the meeting, make plans. My parents will be here for a week. You and I are both visiting. So you'll have to rethink your daily routine, sleep longer, and by no means grab your usual chores. thinking it's the beginning of a vacation. Stupid. Why did you say yes when you should have said no right away? I'm in a panic. It would have gotten out of hand, Kimberly thought. He wasn't sure I'd agree. 50-50. I can't even tell my friends. They'd only scare me more. There's not much time. It was too late for regrets. You just had to tune in. That's all. Kimberly tuned in. She drew from the photograph a sturdy fisherman with short, wiry gray hair and clear eyes. The man had his arm around the shoulders of a small, round-faced woman proudly holding a huge mustached catfish by the gills, its tail reaching to the ground. A beautiful photograph, though taken by an amateur. Banal, everyday subjects can be very beautiful, her teacher had recently said. A favorite subject put her in a relaxed mood. I actually owe Jordan a lot, Kimberly thought. So if I have the opportunity to do something for him, I should do it, not speculate. Everything was going great, just like it had. Kimberly could feel it. Was she shaking like that for nothing? Maybe she wasn't. Seeing her excitement, which she couldn't hide, Nicholas and her parents did everything they could to make things easier for her. Let's just have a nice evening, Kimberly Ashley asked quietly in the cozy, darkened lobby of the country restaurant where they'd come for dinner. The men went to choose wine, and they lingered in front of the mirror. Can we use you? Please? I don't want anything formal. I want to forget about Nicholas's health fears and think about the future. A pleasant future. So don't try to please us. You know how I rehearsed the meeting with my future mother-in-law, Ashley continued. Nicholas was very attentive to his mother, and I wanted to seem good so that she would approve of me. I forgot my role out of fear, of course, and seemed like a complete fool. She probably even doubted that I was able to study to be an accountant. It's funny now. I went to accounting school, too. Kimberly suddenly felt like sharing. But I don't think I can bring myself to work in that specialty. It's not my thing. I just gave in to my mom and finished college. Not liking a job spoils a woman's character, Jordan's mother said. I like accounting, or I would have quit it a long time ago, no matter what anyone said. Jordan told us on the phone that you paint, that you have a natural talent. You just have to keep studying, Frank said. And he filmed some of your work and emailed it to us. My mother and I looked at them so much we almost missed the train. These dogs, cats, children, they're all so lifelike you could write stories about them. And when I saw Jordan's portrait, I was so relieved. Well, he's lucky at last. He's not being lied to. I can tell you love my son. I may not be an art historian, but that's the only way you can paint with love. It's not just about talent. I'm embarrassing you. Let's go see our boys. If Ashley hadn't led Kimberly by the hand, she wouldn't have seen where she was going. Her legs felt wobbly from the confusion. It was a good thing she was wearing low-heeled shoes and not high stilettos, or she'd have lost her footing. Of course, Kimberly forbade herself to think about it, shrugging off any suspicious thought. But she loved Jordan. Ashley had several dozen portraits of his son, 48 of them in different seasons, moods, and settings. All painted from memory, all safely stored at the bottom of her dresser, so her husband wouldn't accidentally see something he shouldn't. Kimberly was sure that even when she left his house for good, she would continue this series of portraits. For a long, long time, but always in secret. These works would never appear in her exhibitions. And today's conversation with her father, she will definitely write how they sit opposite each other, so similar and dissimilar at the same time, but both beautiful and happy. Can't be upset, can't spoil the evening, Kimberly told herself. I'll think of my silly feelings as a creative stimulus. I'm supposed to have unrequited passions. Since I'm all bohemian now, she tried to joke to herself. On a small dance floor in front of the restaurant fireplace, a very interesting couple was twirling in a slow dance. A sturdy, stately, gray-haired man moved not too dexterously. It was evident that he had not danced often in his life, but he was glowing with quiet joy and was not at all embarrassed by his lack of skill. His partner was a thin red-haired girl in an elegant birch dress, a little confused, with a sad smile, but happy eyes. "Don't be only dry with her. You'll die." Frank took the moment to speak to his son, while the couple danced and they were alone at the table. "You have her so defenseless and so much younger. You're taking on a lot of responsibility. You won't let her down." "I like Kimberly a lot," Jordan replied. "I won't let you hurt her. She's such a girl. How shall I put it?" "Sophisticated," Ashley said suddenly. Jordan was glad he'd found the word. It was true. He just hadn't had time to realize what he'd noticed long ago. For a simpleton like me, she needs expensive dresses, a fireplace, a beautiful entourage. "Hello, Alex," sang a familiar low, velvety voice behind me. "Oh, hi, Mom," he said. "I'll leave for 5 minutes. I'll talk to a friend. You won't miss me." He nodded quickly at Sabrina and almost forcibly took her away before her mother could realize it. "My friend and I stopped for dinner," Sabrina said, stepping out onto the open porch. "I see Alex is in interesting company. You could introduce her to her mom." "I wouldn't say anything bad about you to her," she said with a snowy sneer. "Only good things. I'm not sorry. I don't see why you should be nervous. You've always been so calm before. Did your affair with the young housekeeper wear you out so much? The girl's so cranky." "I joined and decided to tell my father," Alex said coldly. "Of course it will please him, but at his age you should be more careful. Think about your health." "What was the purpose of what you said?" He exhaled stiffly, trying to sound calm. "We girls sometimes act without purpose." Naomi's carefree, tinkling voice came instead of Sabrina's. "It was just hurtful to the girl. Very hurt. Yes, sweetheart. I think it's disrespectful to your parents to make them spend their evenings in the company of your roommate, your housekeeper." "You have to separate those aspects of your life," Sabrina said. "That's what I wanted to say to Alex as, shall we say, an old friend." "What did you say?" Naomi heard everything perfectly well. To think of it, the housekeeper. Her eyes lit up with joyous excitement. What a woe. Are we ashamed to dishonor our family by sitting at the same table with her? "I don't know where you were brought up, but it's no surprise that people get acquainted at work and girls marry their bosses. I'm determined to have a good evening and have no intention of hearing nasty things about my future daughter-in-law. All the best." Sabrina politely sang to her mother and hurriedly disappeared into the semi-darkness of the hall without showing any emotion. "What a phrase." Ashley blurted out angrily. "And you're good, too. What do you take me and my father for? Did you think we'd be against a daughter-in-law who worked for you as an au pair? Up to 1,000 girls take such jobs while they're studying waitresses, hotel maids. More than half of them are students. You know that, don't you? I like to talk, and I get to know everyone on vacation, so I know what I'm talking about. To avoid embarrassing Kimberly, I'm going to keep my mouth shut for now. She's nervous enough as it is. Poor girl. Let's go over there. Your daddy must have had a lot to eat while I was gone. He danced and worked up an appetite, and he'll take care of him later." They got home so late that all they had to do was feed the dogs and go to bed. Frank had to go for his first checkup by noon tomorrow. Kimberly couldn't figure out whether she wanted or feared to be alone in her cabin. To remember once more the details of this evening and somewhere find the strength to play her part again tomorrow? May Frank get better. And we can think about finding a clever way out later. It'll be something to remember if she ever has a daughter. She'll show her a few dozen portraits of the same man and tell her the story. Rosemary slowed down her perpetual motion machine a bit when she managed to talk her husband into going to bed. "That's it, boys. You finally waited until you were alone," she said. "You've had enough of us today, and we'll be here for the rest of the week. Good night, darlings." Frank and Rosemary closed the guest bedroom door behind them. and Kimberly and Jordan went out onto the porch. It was so quiet in the garden that they could hear dogs barking in the distance. "Did you get along well in this garden?" Kimberly asked, trying to sound calm and reasonable. "Am I doing all right so far?" "It's been wonderful," Jordan assured her in a strangely warm voice. "Only thanks to your... Oh, sorry, your parents are so easy to deal with. It's hard for me to switch. I'm a little tired." "No, I was going to ask you myself," he said. "Let's go, you don't look at me. Only at me like a jerk, after what I'm about to say. If I don't say it, I might miss a very important opportunity, and I don't usually do that. Let's really be together. It's not for fun. Not out of boredom. I want to see you every day, and I won't get bored. What do you say to that?" "I don't like it like this at all." Kimberly nodded her head quietly toward her cabin. "Come on, I'll show you 48 of your portraits. I'll even give you one if you like it." Tina walked down the street and could not believe her happiness. She, a simple girl from a small town, was able to realize her dream and enter a prestigious construction university. Even as a child, she loved to play with a toy builder's kit, which she found under the Christmas tree. From morning till evening, the little girl never took off her bright yellow helmet and never parted with the plastic tools, imagining herself a great builder worthy of her parents. And what do you want? After all, your whole family is like that. Numerous acquaintances and relatives of the large and friendly family declared in a voice. Tina's father, Stephen, was a famous sculptor. The girl's mother, Hilary, was also directly related to construction and architecture. For many years, she worked at the Department of Landscape Architecture. Genes, multiplied by the intelligence and talent of a young girl, did their job. And now Tina, incredibly proud and satisfied with high exam scores, at all pairs flew home to her favorite Aunt Shelley, who kindly let the 18-year-old student live. The old woman's apartment was not far from the university where her beloved niece was enrolled. Her windows overlooked the busy square, which had first amazed Tina with its scale. When Tina came to the capital, about which she had heard so much, she found it alien and inhospitable. This opinion was formed in the first days of living in a city with a population of many millions. However, Shelley quickly helped the inexperienced girl to settle in. For hours on end, they walked along the main streets and bohemian neighborhoods. Auntie, a native resident, enjoyed sharing memories of the bygone days when she was as young and beautiful as Tina herself. After these walks, the girl finally and irrevocably fell in love with the wide avenues and narrow streets that beckoned and attracted the eyes of tourists, as if promising to open the veil of mystery. One such evening, just before Christmas, Shelley insisted that Tina wear her best outfit and get her hair done. The lights. The dusty roses wonderfully accentuated young Tina's exquisite beauty. Aunt Shelley personally took care of her niece's hair, styling the blonde locks that went all the way down to her waist into an elaborate style. After a while, the old silver-rimmed mirror reflected a young beauty who looked at the world with wide-open eyes. "Auntie, is it really me?" Tina marveled, twirling in front of the mirror and enjoying the subtle scent of floral perfume. Her cheeks flushed brightly in anticipation of a real Christmas miracle. She felt like Cinderella preparing for her first ever royal ball. Tina ran her hand down her slender neck, touching for a moment the strand of pink pearls her aunt had given her for her 18th birthday. "Of course you are, sweetheart. Unfortunately, nowadays young people do not try to emphasize their own individual beauty. All girls look like sisters. The same lips, eyelashes, hair, eyebrows," said the woman, tinting her lips with bright lipstick. Her velvet evening dress of a noble wine color emphasized her aristocratic features. Despite her advanced age, Shelley was still a good-looking woman who always drew attention to herself. "You look marvelous tonight, and you're sure to outshine a lot of women," Tina said sincerely. admiring the stately figure of the majestic woman. "And that ruby brooch makes you look like a queen. Where did you get it?" Tina touched the tulip-shaped brooch, topped with a crown of tiny rubies and diamonds that shimmered like dewdrops. "Thank you for the compliment. How can I compete with you? With your youth and freshness," Shelley replied. "Always be a sweet, kind, humble girl. Those virtues have always been valued by men. And now, sweetheart, it's time for us to go out because you don't want to be late for the theater." "Auntie, but you didn't say where you got that brooch," Tina repeated, throwing her coat back on her shoulders. "It was given to me by my late husband on my wedding day. He always compared me to a flower." "And tulips were his favorite flowers," Shelley continued. "Their shy and delicate buds delighted me throughout our married life. On every holiday I received a bouquet of tulips tied with a scarlet ribbon to symbolize our love. Fortunately, my husband did not spoil me with attention and gifts, but it is this gift that is dear to my heart. Auntie, I wish I could love someone with the same sincere and fiery love." Tina sighed. "You've got a long way to go, my dear," Shelley said, flirtatiously fixing her hair. "You're too young to realize the beauty of first meetings, shy glances, and tender touches. Now let's hurry, or all our efforts will be wasted. It's not for nothing that we took so long to get dressed up." Tina nodded in response and let the older woman take her arm and head for the exit. The thought of a happy marriage never entered her pretty head. And what girl wouldn't dream of a long-awaited meeting with her beloved that would turn her world upside down? Thinking about all this, Tina answered her aunt's questions absent-mindedly and looked at the shining streets of New York, bathed in thousands of twinkling garlands. Despite the traffic jams, they arrived at the Metropolitan Opera House on time, and even had time to admire the spacious lobby of the theater, its luxury and solemnity. In the very center of the lobby stood a tall pine tree, surrounded by gifts wrapped in gilded paper. Tina was particularly impressed by the antique toys that magically attracted attention. Pewter soldiers in brightly colored uniforms were absolutely enchanted by beautiful ballerinas frozen in a jump. Their open-work lace skirts, decorated with feathers and rhinestones, swayed from side to side, as if their owners were alive. Taking a seat in the box next to Shelley, Tina was out of reality for a few hours. The ballet nutcracker completely captured her, subdued her, and carried her into unknown distances. Together with the brave little Marie, she spun around the ornately decorated Christmas tree, fought hordes of rats, walked with the prince, the nutcracker's bow, through the fairy tale forest in anticipation of the holiday. When the action was over, Tina found her cheeks wet with tears and her chest heaving with joy and happiness from the fairy tale production. Having visited the theater only once in her life, Tina had fallen in love with it forever. Returning home, the happy but tired women immediately headed to their bedrooms. After changing into cozy pajamas, Tina took off her makeup and untangled her curls in preparation for sleep. That night, Tina had wonderful, magical dreams in which she was surrounded by the care and love of a tall, dark-haired man whose face she could not see. No matter how hard she tried, his voice so dear and sweet to her heart, repeating over and over again the words of love, caused her to feel the same way. But a sudden black whirlwind shattered the idyll of the happy fairy tale. To her horror, Tina discovered that it was not a young man, but the Mouse King himself who was clutching her in his arms. His clawed paws, covered with short black hair, left marks on her shoulders. In fear, the girl looked into his scarlet eyes, dimly shimmering on his sinister face, proud ears with protruding stubble and short but sharp fangs. "You are mine now, mine forever," the Mouse King shouted gloatingly as he put the crown on her and watched her turn into a rat. With difficulty, Tina managed to escape from the embrace of her nightmare. Wet with sweat and tangled hair, she terrified Aunt Shelley, who was awakened in the middle of the night by her screams. "Honey, did you have a bad dream? Don't feel bad, it happens. It's just a dream. Soon the morning will come and your fears will go away like smoke. Shelley comforted her crying niece. Her affectionate hands clasped the girl to her, and she never stopped stroking Tina's hair. I saw him, and I'll never forget his ratty look," the girl said and burst into tears. "But worst of all, he put a crown on me, and I turned into a disgusting rat, just like him." Tina, but that's impossible. You realize that wearing a crown doesn't make you a nice, pretty girl. You're just very impressionable. Did the ballet we saw the night before stick in your memory? Yes. Oh, honey, please don't cry. You don't want to upset your Aunt Shelley, do you? After all, I was the one who initiated this unfortunate trip. Okay, Auntie, you must be right. It's just that my dream was so vivid and memorable that I completely lost my head. Tina agreed. Shelley didn't seem to mind, but she was alarmed by her niece's dream that she'd had on Christmas Eve. Dreams that occurred on Christmas Eve usually spoke of global changes and warned of danger. The woman began to believe in dreams after the death of her husband, whom she loved more than life. A week before the tragedy, she saw herself in a cemetery with a bouquet of tulips, the flowers that her husband so idolized. She silently placed them on a fresh grave and wandered along the road. A few days later, a heart attack took from Shelley the man in whom she saw the meaning of her life. Had it not been for the children, who surrounded their mother with affection and care, it is likely that the old woman would have followed her husband, unable to bear the bitter separation. The recollection of bygone days aroused in her breast a long-forgotten bitterness. No, her wound wasn't fresh, but her soul was still sore, covered with crosses and scars. Shelley tried hard to live and rejoice in each new day allotted to her, so as not to upset in any way her spouse who watched over her from heaven. And now, hugging her niece tightly, she rejoiced that fate had been gracious to her and had given her the opportunity to care for her kinsman. "Auntie, why are you crying?" The girl marveled and remembered her late husband, Robin. He also comforted me, hugged me, and said kind words when I woke up from terrible nightmares. Tina was amazed at her aunt's candor, who rarely mentioned her late husband's name, but kept silent, trying not to open wounds that were fresher than she had thought. The girl hugged the woman tightly and whispered words of gratitude. They never slept that night and went to the kitchen to drink fragrant tea and have a heart-to-heart talk, looking out the window as the wind carried the snowflakes to the windows of high-rise buildings, carefully covering the city with a downy blanket. So day by day, in the hustle and bustle and daily routine, the winter passed and the beautiful spring came. Spring generously gave everyone its warmth. The first flowers were blooming everywhere, and the trees were quietly shining with young tender leaves. Together with spring, Tina's life changed a lot. Participating in a university beauty contest, the girl took first place, impressing all the judges with her natural beauty and charm. Next to the other girls, she was like a breath of fresh mountain air in the middle of a smog-covered city. One of the invited guests was absolutely enchanted by the young beauty and even offered Tina a contract with the Angel modeling agency. His wife, Catherine, after whom the agency was named, a formerly successful model, seeing Tina, immediately predicted a great future for her. Despite the fear of her parents, who did not want their only daughter to drop out of university, Tina took a leave of absence and took training courses for models. A month later, the girl plunged headfirst into a luxurious modeling life. From morning until the evening, she participated in shows, showing others only the most exquisite and refined clothes. Aunt Shelley supported her niece in everything, accompanying the girl at fashion shows and photo shoots, sincerely rejoicing at her success. At one of these shows, which opened Tina, something absolutely extraordinary happened, which turned the girl's life forever. Thanks to the efforts of decorators and designers, the country house of an influential businessman turned into a real savannah. When the light went out in the hall, and there was only the illumination of the mirrored podium, everyone took their seats in the auditorium and prepared for the show. Light ethnic music started playing, and the hostess in a bright yellow dress, which made her look like an exotic flower, came to the microphone and made a welcoming speech. Opening the show was a young diva named Tina, the talented discovery of Angel Modeling House. Slender beauty in a colorful airy dress and a painted scarf tied on her head like a turban. With the grace of a panther before the jump came to the podium flooded with dazzling light of spotlights. Her movements were polished and precise, smoothly walking on high heels with high lacing, now and then exposing her slender legs in the bold slits of her dress. She strode to the end of the podium like a goddess. After a quick glance around the audience, the girl deftly flapped her long silk sleeves, more like giant wings. Proudly, she turned around and disappeared backstage. Her back shone from the myriad of sequins applied to her body. The guests of the show, both men and women, were absolutely mesmerized by the young diva with snow-white skin and turquoise-colored eyes. That evening, dozens of luxurious outfits with humorous prints, fringe, bright colors, and unusual patterns were demonstrated. Large jewelry and extraordinary dresses, blouses, skirts, pants, sundresses, and overalls attracted the attention of the city's fashionistas, who closely followed the performance. Each of them was ready to part with a tidy sum of money just to become a happy owner of fashionable clothes. But the stronger half of humanity was more attracted by long-legged beauties, blondes, brunettes, shades, and redheads. Representatives of the modeling business charmed many. Married men could afford only occasionally glance at the girls, giving more time to their companions. But bachelors came to the show with only one purpose: to choose a worthy spouse, who will look spectacular against the background of her husband and will be able to support small talk. At least a dozen models were invited, but only Tina's name was on everyone's lips. All the other girls, many of whom were world-famous models with rich experience, paled in comparison to the young wonder. Designers quarreled among themselves, wishing that the clothes under their brand advertised only Tina. And modeling agencies offered the girl huge sums of money and the most favorable conditions, hoping for fruitful cooperation. However, Tina was faithful to her choice. She firmly decided to stay in the modeling house, which discovered her talent and did so much good for her. And its owner, the talented and energetic Catherine, had long been Tina's best friend with whom she could discuss anything. After the luxurious show, there was no less luxurious buffet. Champagne was flowing. Exotic fruits and light appetizers were simply amazing. Live music sounded from everywhere, creating a special mood when you want to dance all night long, despite the fatigue. Tina, dressed in a gold jumpsuit with a deep neckline and pants, looked simply dazzling that night. Her long blonde hair was slicked back and gathered into a high ponytail. A minimum of makeup on her face only emphasized her natural beauty and young age. Ignoring the champagne, the girl allowed herself only a little fruit, remembering that even a perfect figure should be watched and kept in tone. However, she so sometimes wanted to relax and allow herself something delicious. Tina especially missed her mother's apple pies with cinnamon. At first, this magical aroma followed the girl from everywhere, and even a sip of celery smoothie was like a native taste from her childhood. Now her menu was dominated by fruits and vegetables, eggs, avocado, and fish. But she had to forget about fast food, carbonated drinks, and baked goods. But what won't you do for a successful career? Thanks to her strong character and endurance, the girl was able to quickly adapt to the new regime of the day: regular training and proper nutrition. Sometimes she still allowed herself a little dark chocolate or ice cream with salted caramel, which she simply adored. However, having allowed herself small weaknesses, Tina always returned to her former life, perfectly realizing that the right lifestyle is the key to health, vigor, and longevity. Success and universal recognition came to her overnight, but could also evaporate if she didn't put so much effort into it. In just a few months, she was able to pay for her parents to take a trip to Hawaii that they had dreamed of not too long ago, but had always put off for the sake of buying a TV, couch, or a refrigerator. To her aunt, she gave a diamond bracelet. Knowing well her love for jewelry, Tina signed up for English courses, realizing that soon she would have to travel all over the world, and a knowledge of foreign languages has never hurt anyone. Despite a rather busy schedule and constant employment, the girl was insanely happy. After all, she had such a chance to communicate with people, make acquaintances, learn new things, wear high-quality clothes, and in the future even travel the world. At the same time, Tina did not become conceited. She was still the same simple, sweet, and compassionate girl. She donated part of her royalties to an orphanage and a shelter for homeless animals. The thought that she could now help those in need warmed her. However, when she randomly stumbled upon the same children's play set of building materials, which she brought with her to Los Angeles as a talisman, a slight sadness came over her. After all, she had had her hand raised to give up a childhood dream. After chatting with people for a while, Tina stepped aside to do a little dance, swaying from side to side. She closed her eyes and imagined herself on a deserted island, where the sound of the surf delighted her ears and the hot sand beckoned her to throw off her uncomfortable shoes. During the dreamy moments, Tina did not notice that someone approached her from behind, and a powerful male hand touched her waist, turning her around. The illusion of an island paradise shattered into pieces, and the indignant beauty prepared to fight back against the scoundrel, who had clearly allowed himself too much. Turning to the man and meeting the tender gaze of his eyes, Tina realized she was lost. Angry words froze in her chest. A tall man in a black tuxedo firmly took hold of her thoughts. "Let me ask you to dance, beautiful stranger," the man of her dreams said in a low velvet voice. Tina nodded in response, forgetting that she could speak. The man grinned, realizing the effect his presence had on the girl. He took the small hand in his own and led her away from the other dancing couples. A few minutes in his arms seemed like an eternity to her. When the song ended and the man removed his hands from his partner's slim waist, Tina felt disappointment. She wanted the pleasure she felt around this stranger to last as long as possible. Touching his lips to her arm, the man thanked her for the dance and suddenly disappeared. Just as he appeared, the tart scent of his woody perfume lingered in the air. Tina, who was in a state of euphoria, was soon found by her friend Catherine. The red-haired American in a cool scarlet suit confidently approached the girl and spoke in plain English. "Reporting to my ward." "Tina, what are you doing here?" "All alone. You know it's not safe. There's champagne flowing in this house. Anything could happen. There are so many men around. And you're a beautiful girl. You shouldn't have been so far away from me, should you?" "Catherine, I'm 18 years old and I'm not a child," replied Tina rather harshly. But when she saw that her friend was upset, she changed her anger into mercy. "You yourself insisted that I take self-defense courses. Don't worry about me, I just did a little dance. I'm fine, aren't I? You don't know what I've learned." The American girl started talking. "I'm whispering the latest gossip in your ear." "What is it this time?" "Catherine, you know I don't like gossip. Listen to me for once. Do you know whose house this is and who organized the show?" "I bet you can't guess," Catherine said, pausing solemnly. And then continued, "Paul himself. Can you imagine?" "Who is he?" the girl asked tiredly, wishing she could take off her uncomfortable stilettos as soon as possible. "What are you, a friend?" Catherine marveled. "Okay, I'm a married woman, but you should know potential suitors by sight. Paul is a very successful businessman, and he is also incredibly handsome. Women are all over him. But it's never been more than a fling." "Why would I want him like that?" Tina asked. "You don't know what prospects will open up for you, silly." "You will not always be young and pretty," said Catherine. "That's why you have to prepare the ground for your future life now. I, for example, finished my career with dignity, opened a modeling agency. And you, if you become the wife of a businessman like Paul, you can conquer the world." "I'm not interested in that," Tina replied. "I'm only going to marry for love, not convenience. I met someone today, by the way. I just don't know his name. He's an amazing dancer. And he's got this honeyed voice." "What?" "You seem to be really in love." Tina was interrupted by her friend. "Well, nothing. Live with him in a rented apartment. From paycheck to paycheck, you will lose his socks and listen to his complaints that no one loves him and does not appreciate. And that way there's nothing left of your love. You'll be lucky if he doesn't bring home any girls. Catherine, you're just being opinionated as usual, Tina objected. But why are you so pessimistic? I'm a realist, honey, she said. I've been through it all. I found a handsome guy, fell in love, and he just spent the money my parents sent me for school. Luckily, I was smart enough not to get pregnant by him, or my life would have gone down the drain. No money, no home, no profession, and in a foreign country. I was just trying my hand at modeling and had never even thought about it. Then I met David, who recognized my talent at one of the auditions and helped me move up the career ladder. In return, he demanded nothing from me. No close relationships. I was amazed by his intelligence and intellect, and only years later I realized that I loved and respected this man. When I confessed my feelings to him, it turned out that he had fallen in love with me at the first meeting, but was afraid to scare me off with his pressure. He waited patiently for me to be ready for a new relationship. He became a good friend to me first, and then a loving husband. Well, your example proves that miracles do happen, Catherine said. But not to everyone, baby. If you knew how many girls broke down after their brilliant career overnight collapsed. So forget your fairy tale prince on a white horse. It was probably just a waiter hitting on a pretty girl. No, Catherine, I don't believe you, Tina said. True love can't bring only misery to lovers. Tina tried to object, but the host's voice called all the guests back to the main hall. Ladies, gentlemen, may I have your attention now, the hostess said. A man to whom many African families owe their lives will now take the stage, because all the money from this show will be donated to families in need. Kindergartens and schools will be built in remote African provinces. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to ask Paul to come up on stage. There was loud applause, and the girls in the audience tried to get as close to the podium as possible to get a closer look at the man who approached the microphone. Tina, who was standing quite close to the stage, was almost swept aside by the nimble wealth hunters. Fortunately, Catherine was nearby and cleared the way cleverly from the girls with unnatural lips. When a man approached the microphone and spoke, Tina was horrified to recognize him as the very stranger she had given the dance to. But why didn't he introduce himself? This must be just some kind of game or joke, she thought, and clenched her fists with anger. Handsome, isn't he? Catherine said admiringly, admiring the man. Tina mumbled something inaudible in response and, pushing the girls aside, left the hall. She walked on, not caring what she was doing, forgetting that the uncomfortable stilettos were hurting her feet. She was angry, and her emotions demanded an outlet. Suddenly, however, someone grabbed her arm. She thought she had caught her bracelet on some trinket and turned around sharply. It was not right to spoil her aunt's gift of a gold filigree bracelet. She glanced at Paul, who was clearly running after her, and looked at him scornfully, then turned away, folding her arms across her chest. Tina, you must have misunderstood my intentions, Paul said. How do you know my name? I know the names of everyone in the show, he replied calmly. You must be very proud of your behavior, Tina exclaimed. You charmed a girl, then disappeared from sight without even giving your name. I can imagine you bragging to your friends that you've graduated to another model who's crazy about you. Tina shouted this in the heat of anger, not realizing she was giving herself away. So I've charmed you then? The man said, smiling. Not at all, she denied, blushing. She realized that she had said too much. But you have just confessed your feelings to me. I'm the eldest son, but I don't have a hearing problem yet. If you let me, I'll try to explain. Okay, you have 5 minutes, Tina agreed. Great, said the businessman, amazed at the girl's boldness in putting conditions on him. The thing is that I really wanted to introduce myself at once, but I was afraid that you would perceive me not as an interesting person, but only as a money bag to be used. I was too often mistaken in my choice of soulmates and friends who only wanted money and connections from me. Do you really think I'm as empty as most of the people here? Tina said indignantly. No, I wouldn't run after a man just because he's rich. I could see it in your eyes when you saw me on stage at the microphone. You looked like a furious Amazon in that moment. Paul smiled. Please forgive me. Can I ever hope to be friends with you? But don't be silent, please. I see that you are still angry. How can I make amends? Don't ever lie to me again, Paul. More than anything else in the world, I can't stand lying, replied Tina in a serious voice. I'd like to get to know you better. Let's meet in the park next weekend. I'd love to, Paul replied. I won't hide my feelings from you. I like you very much. You're like a ray of sunshine coming into my life. He tried to kiss her hand. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Tina dodged him. I don't know you at all, and you don't know me either. But who was she trying to deceive at this moment? She had dreamed most of all of his embrace. I don't agree with you, said Paul. I feel as if I had known you all my life, but I don't want to frighten you with my confession. Soon they returned to the guests who were waiting for the host. Seeing the couple, who looked stunning together, cameras were clicking from all sides. I'm sorry, my guest was so engrossed in looking around the house that she got completely lost, the man explained his absence. Luckily, I was there to help. What does that mean? Elizabeth ran up to her friend and demanded an explanation. Elizabeth, Paul Sobolev is the stranger I told you about, Tina said. He explained everything to me, and we're meeting in the park this weekend. Wow. You're lucky, my friend. He's totally smitten with you. You can see it with the naked eye, but don't lose heart and get him to marry you, Elizabeth exclaimed. I can just see your magnificent wedding that the Queen herself would envy. An old chateau in France, the cream of society, crystal glasses and bridesmaids in evening gowns. And you, my dear, in a luxurious dress with a train, custom made by the best designer. Oh, your imagination is running wild, isn't it? Tina laughed. It's not the kind of wedding I'm dreaming of. A small, modest celebration on the ocean. I have tropical flowers in my hair. And most importantly, no shoes. Sometimes they just annoy me. You have no imagination at all, categorically declared the girlfriend, having listened to the wedding dream of Tina. When the buffet was over, Tina was happy to go home. The clock showed 2, and her aunt was already resting, having never waited for her niece. She took a quick shower and changed into her favorite Mickey Mouse pajamas and got ready for sleep, which, despite her fatigue, never came. Tina thought of Paul, his brown eyes and good-natured smile that had completely enchanted her. I wonder what Paul is really like, she wondered, and immediately fell into the arms of Morpheus. In her dream, the girl twirled in a waltz with a tall, dark-haired man who mesmerized her mind with ardent words of love. Suddenly, the light fell on his face. Tina recognized Paul as the dancer. He was dressed in a black shirt and matching colored pants. His eyes looked at her promisingly. There was a smile on his face that for some reason frightened Tina. "Will you be mine?" he growled. His beautiful face contorted and his eyes were bloodshot. In response to his words, a snide, mousy giggle erupted from all sides. Tina shrieked in horror and tried to pull away from Paul, but his strong arms held her tighter and tighter, denying her the ability to breathe. In the morning, Tina had no memory of her dream and was happy to share the emotions of last night. Her aunt, who listened to her carefully, wished to meet the man who had captured her niece's heart. The long-awaited weekend came unexpectedly quickly. For the date in the park, Tina wore denim overalls and a bright blue t-shirt with a bold, youthful inscription in English. She pinned her hair into 2 pigtails, then pinned it up in 2 buns on the side of her face, leaving a few strands out and curling them with a curling iron. She didn't wear any makeup, just a touch of pink lip balm and a dab of black mascara on her lashes. Satisfied with the result, Tina put on her thick-soled white sneakers and, kissing her aunt, hurried to the park. Paul was already waiting for her. He was sitting on a bench, and next to him was a huge bouquet of tea roses. The girl hardly recognized him without a suit and tie. Clad in a light sweater and worn jeans, he obviously felt out of place, constantly looking at his watch. But Tina liked this Paul even better. He looked no more than 35 years old. However, a slight grayness had already touched his black hair. Seeing the girl, he got up and handed her the flowers, not hiding his admiring look. What beautiful flowers. Tina was pleased with the flowers, inhaling their sweetness and fragrance. How long have you been waiting? I'm not late. No, I'm so on time. I just got here early. I was afraid I'd be late, Paul replied. Let's go for a walk. Tina bravely took the man's hand, and they walked along the shady alley, densely planted with trees. They walked around the park, talking about everything: movies, music, literature, things they liked and disliked. For a few hours they learned a lot about each other, rode on the rides. After visiting the Room of Fear and eating cotton candy, the young people realized that now they could hardly live without each other. Tina and Paul tried to meet each other every chance they got. Together they went to the theater, to the ballet, to the movies, to restaurants and cafes. The happy girl introduced Aunt Hillary to her fiancé, who made the most favorable impression on the old woman. After all, the man was educated, intelligent, and polite. In addition, he idolized her niece and literally carried her in his arms. It was clearly going to be a wedding. To everyone's surprise, this joyous moment came unexpectedly quickly. One day, Tina returned home after dinner with her beloved in a luxurious restaurant with a coveted ring on her ring finger. The diamond in the white gold ring was obscenely large and shone so bright that everyone in the modeling agency almost choked with envy, looking at the masterpiece of jewelry art. Tina herself could not get used to the fact that she was now a bride and would soon be the wife of her favorite man. Admiring the stone, the girl imagined a family life with a man dear to her heart. But who said that dreams don't come true? After meeting Tina's parents, whom Paul also charmed, it was decided to celebrate the wedding in the fall in an ancient Scottish castle, which had belonged to his family for many years. Tina balked as much as she could, but her lover quickly convinced her of his idea, going for a little trickery. He proposed to arrange a small vacation and go to Scotland for a few days to admire the natural beauty of a unique and mysterious country. Darling, just imagine a little picnic at the edge of Loch Ness, whose dark, ominous waters hold secrets and reflect the gloomy walls of an ancient castle, Paul said. And you will also love the high mountains and crystal clear lakes lost in the mountains, picturesque villages, fragrant heathlands. And then I'll show you the castle. They say it's been haunted for years. You make it sound so interesting that I'm ready to go on a trip right now, Tina agreed. Scotland really struck her in the heart with its ancient castles, flowery meadows, and centuries-old history, which was enthusiastically whispered in the ear of her beloved Paul, who was well acquainted with the traditions and customs of this country. And when they drove up to the castle, which belonged to her fiancé, the girl could not hide her admiration. The majestic building with time-worn gray walls covered with ivy against the background of emerald meadows looked impressive. Tina froze with delight. She had changed her mind and agreed with her lover that the castle was the best option for the wedding feast. The inside of the manor was as superb as the outside. Feeling like a fairy tale princess, the girl walked through the numerous rooms, anticipating how magical the staircases decorated with white lilies and cream roses would look, and from the ceilings would hang crystal chandeliers, flickering in the flames of candles. Tina was particularly struck by the spiral staircase that led up to a small tower. From the windows there was a marvelous view of the garden bathed in the golden red rays of the sunset. In the distance, on the grassy slopes, a flock of sheep grazed, and shepherds kept watch over the flock, deftly controlling the dogs. After dinner in the beautifully furnished living room with a real fireplace and ancient tapestries, Tina went to the bedroom. where a luxurious four-poster bed occupied half the room. By the way, there were about 30 rooms in the castle, as well as a wine cellar, a spacious pantry, a kitchen, a library, and a stone hall. Out of all the proposed bedrooms, the girl liked the silver room the most, where the walls, furniture, and carpets were made in noble silver shades, striking with its luxury even the most refined and demanding persons. Tina looked into a huge mirror in a silver frame in the form of intertwined patterns and mythical animals, and remembered a legend that said that mirrors contained the souls of all those who looked into them, putting fears and doubts aside. The girl approached her reflection and began brushing her hair. Then she changed into the finest silk shirt and went to bed. How nice it was to be covered with a downy blanket. During the night, she wished she had brought her pajamas from home to keep her warm on a chilly night. Instead, her closet was dominated by lace and silk nightgowns. Who would have thought that even in summer it could be chilly in Scotland? After midnight, a thunderstorm suddenly broke out. Lightning flashed through the windows, illuminating the room. Thunder rumbled. Rain poured down like a bucket. The figures of unicorns and mermaids on the lamps seemed to come to life and began dancing on the silver patina walls. Suddenly, one of the windows opened and raindrops fell on the face of the girl, who was sleeping soundly and did not hear the sounds of the weather. Instantly awake, Tina ran to the window and closed the latch tightly. On her way back, she caught a glimpse of some movement in the corner of the room, and for a moment the mirror reflected a pale girl in an opulent dress with diamonds in her pitch-black hair. "Be careful. He's not who he says he is," she whispered, and in an instant she was gone like smoke. Tina went to bed, writing off the vision as fatigue and imagination. After all, the day before, her fiancé had told her about the ghosts that haunted the castle. After spending a few fabulous days in Scotland, Tina and Paul returned to New York to begin preparations for the wedding celebration. The young people had a lot to catch up on. There were only a couple of months left until the scheduled day. In addition, the future spouses were incredibly busy. Paul was preparing a contract with the Japanese, and Tina participated in several shows and photo shoots. The girl had nothing left but to ask for help from her only friend, who helped the bride to choose a wedding dress, veil, shoes, and other accessories. Her choice fell on a lace gown, hand-embroidered with pearls and tiny diamonds with an open back and a long train. The bride's head was to be adorned with a luxurious tiara. Meanwhile, all the newspapers were full of headlines that Paul Smith was getting married, and his chosen one was a young model, Tina Johnson. Some did not hesitate to write a blatant lie that Tina is expecting a child. But it was not true at all. The lovers had a pure and chaste relationship, and if Paul sometimes allowed himself to go further than kisses and hugs, Tina gently stopped him. More than anything else in the world, she wanted to belong to him body and soul, but she was determined to wait until the wedding. Tina herself did not notice how in the pleasant cares and wedding troubles came the most important day in her life. The girl, like all brides, was terribly worried that everything went smoothly. Preparation for the wedding was carried out with great scope, planning to become the event of the year. According to the designer's idea, the wedding was to be held in medieval style. On the eve of the celebration, more than 100 invitations were sent out, offering guests to plunge into a romantic Scottish fairy tale. The guests were happy to support the thematic idea of the wedding. Stately men in luxurious camisoles, embroidered with gold and silver threads, led their ladies by the hand, as if competing with each other by the richness and sophistication of their outfits. There was a light floral fragrance of lilies and tea roses in the air, which exquisitely decorated the columns and staircases. The knight's armor had been properly cleaned and shone in the stone hall, reflecting the flashes of fire. The designer's efforts had more than paid off. All the guests admiringly discussed the ancient Scottish castle. The day before the wedding turned into a luxurious citadel. Even Paul Smith's foreign partners were impressed by the grand show in the style of a jousting tournament. Every girl at least once in her life dreamed of a fairy tale wedding, just like a real princess. But then she grows up. They do not part with dreams of a beautiful prince in shining armor who will take her far away on his white horse. And so Tina stood in the silver wedding days in which she had spent her very first night in the castle and felt a vague uneasiness. Her mother Hilary was at her only daughter's side, helping her into her wedding dress. "Daughter, I can see that something is troubling you," Hilary began the conversation, noticing that her daughter was as sad and silent as ever. "Have you had a quarrel with Paul? Share your worries with me, and I'll make you feel better." "Ah, Mommy, I'm very happy," Tina objected. "But I keep getting a bad feeling that something bad is going to happen." "It's nothing. It's just fatigue and excitement. I thought you and your fiancé weren't going well, but don't have those bad thoughts. When I married your daddy, I was worried sick and fainted." "Really? Surprised girl. You never told me about it?" "What's there to brag about? Your mom was always a coward, but marrying your dad gave me strength and confidence, and then we had our little miracle who we loved more than life. I still can't believe that my little girl has grown up and is getting married," the woman said with tears in her eyes. "Honey, I love you so much." "I love you too, Mommy. You and Daddy are the closest people to me in the whole world, and I'm glad to hear these words. But you have to remember your husband too. Paul will be your nearest and dearest now. And Daddy and I will take a back seat. We will see you often and dream of grandchildren, with whom we will be able to relive the best moments in life." "I dream of a big and close family too," said Tina. "Paul is very nice and will probably be a great father to our children," said Hilary. "I know, honey. I think he's a decent man. Everyone says good things about him, and he loves you so much. Don't worry, baby. You'll be very happy. Just like Daddy and me. And now we must get down to the guests, and your fiancé is waiting for you, so get all that nonsense out of your pretty little head." Tina cheered up from her mother's wise advice, hugged her tightly and pressed herself against her chest, just like in her childhood when she woke up from the sounds of thunderstorms. "Yes, Mommy, you're right," agreed the girl. "Now I'm ready to go out to the guests." Tina was led down the aisle by her father, proud of his beautiful daughter. That's the kind of daughter any father dreams of. Kind, caring, friendly, and hardworking, she never upset Daddy with her behavior or actions. And now his girl finally and irrevocably entered adulthood. Barely holding back tears, Stephen walked the bride down the aisle, handing her main treasure to Paul, the groom. Paul, not holding back his admiration, looked at his beloved and did not notice anyone around him. Having pronounced the words of vows, the newlyweds kissed under loud applause and cheers from all sides. The guests hurried to congratulate the young people, wishing them a happy married life and beautiful, healthy children, said some. Despite all the fears of the bride, the wedding celebration went flawlessly, without quarrels, fights, or any other unpleasant incidents. At midnight, Tina and Paul left the guests and left on a private jet for their wedding trip to the Maldives. Their first wedding night, like a magical fairy tale, took place in the villa that Paul rented for their honeymoon. The beach with snow-white sand, like powdered sugar, and the warm Indian Ocean were the perfect place for a romantic vacation for lovers. Tina's generous husband did not stingy, choosing the most luxurious two-story villa of all offered. Several bedrooms, living room, study, gym, and spa were at their disposal. On one side, panoramic windows overlooked the giant pool located in the backyard. On the other side, the panoramic windows overlooked the ocean whose gentle waves lapped the secluded beach. After flying to Dream Island, the newlyweds hurried to the ocean. Tina gladly put her face to the salty wind, inhaling the scent of freedom. Paul approached her and drew her to him. "Let's go for a swim," he suggested, and headed toward the water. "Don't be afraid, we're all alone here. The water is wonderful." The full moon was shining in the sky, illuminating everything around with its mysterious light, myriads of stars in the sky, like myriads of fireflies. Suddenly the night sky lit up with a golden glow. A bright point rushed to the ground like a fallen meteorite. It's a sign. And what a sign. A shooting star. We should make a wish immediately, Tina thought to herself. The girl hurried to make her wish. I want a simple woman's happiness. And as if mesmerized, stepped into the water, following her husband. The water was indeed incredibly warm. Having bathed enough, the young people went to the villa. In the morning, the newlyweds had a rich and hearty breakfast: Viennese waffles, toast with cheese and ham, a fruit basket, oriental sweets, and freshly squeezed juice. Pouring the juice into a tall carafe, they joked and fooled around, feeding each other fruit and sweets. This was how the days of their honeymoon passed uncomplicatedly. From morning until evening they relaxed in the hammock, sunbathed and splashed in the ocean, enjoying each other's company. Sometimes the lovers left the island to unwind. Sea walks, diving and excursions allowed them to get acquainted with the life on the island, traditions and customs of the locals. Nothing foreshadowed trouble, but the day before the end of the vacation, tragedy happened. Paul, an excellent swimmer and diver, decided to surprise his beloved by jumping into the water from the pier. He noticed too late that the tide was out. Hitting his head on the bottom, the man lost consciousness. He was saved by Tina, who fortunately could swim quite well. Rushing to her husband's aid, the fragile girl pulled him ashore on her own. The adrenaline rush and fear for her lover's life must have done their job. After contacting the emergency services, Tina managed to get Paul loaded onto a boat and taken to a local clinic, where doctors made a disappointing diagnosis: concussion. But the worst part was a fractured spine. Everything after that was a blur. All this time Tina was next to her husband, holding his hand tightly. She didn't eat and hardly slept. She flew to Chicago in a tracksuit, not having time to change and take things from the villa. After all, Paul needed urgent medical attention, on which much depended. To the best clinics in Chicago. The diagnosis of Maldivian doctors unfortunately confirmed. Paul courageously underwent several operations on the spine. As no one else, he was supported by his wife, taking care of him and instilling faith and hope. The girl had to forget about her modeling career to always be close to her beloved. However, Tina never once reproached her husband for his illness, perfectly understanding that he is much harder than she is, and just one careless word can deeply hurt the spouse. Yes, it wasn't easy for her. Not the kind of family life I dreamed of, thought the young girl. At night, while Paul slept, she cried in the bathroom, and in the morning smiled at her husband and inquired about his health. Rehabilitation of the husband required an impressive cost. And then the family had to sell an apartment in the center of Chicago and the car, as the business Paul could not engage in for health reasons. The reins were taken over by his deputy, but it did not lead to anything. The firm was still making losses, and competitors, taking advantage of the situation, absorbed it. But Tina did not care about that, for her husband and his health were the main thing. She prayed to all the gods for his recovery. After a few months of intensive training with the use of medication, the first results became visible. Paul began to move his fingers and feel his legs. The doctors said that this was a great progress for the patient, and in the future the man would be able to walk. In many respects, it was the merit of Tina, who helped her husband to believe in his strength. The girl, without sparing herself, practiced with him in the pool, made sure that he took his medication on time, and did not miss training. However, keeping him strong in spirit, Tina completely forgot about herself. The slender girl became thin, ate little and slept poorly. The once statuesque and well-groomed beauty now looked like a dried-up girl. Not trusting outsiders, she refused any help. And who better to look after her husband than herself? But it couldn't go on like this. By saving her husband, Tina was ruining herself. And then it became clear that the girl was pregnant. When tragedy struck Paul, the last thing his wife paid attention to was a broken cycle. constant nausea and dizziness. She wrote off to fatigue and sleep deprivation. Tina continued to take care of her husband, not sparing herself. But a timely pregnancy test made the girl look at her health in a different way after all. A new life was born in her. Paul was madly happy about the news. A light of hope lit up in his eyes. The determined man swore to himself that by the time the baby was born, he would be able to walk again. And then came to the aid of Tina's parents, who moved into the mansion to be near their daughter and support her in a difficult moment of life. But as they say, trouble does not come alone. One day, Paul had a dream in which he was walking and even running with his child again. Waking up in the middle of the night, he tried to get up, hoping he could make it. After taking just one step, Paul fell like a hamstring from unbearable pain. He hit a glass table, which shattered in half with a clinking sound. Lying among the shards, wounded and powerless, the man hated his weakness and helplessness. Meanwhile, Tina was upstairs. Hearing the clinking of broken glass from her husband's room, she rushed to help. The girl stumbled and carelessly rolled down the stairs. Her parents found Tina a minute later in a pool of blood. At the hospital, it turned out that she got off lightly, miraculously having broken nothing. The baby, strangely enough, was fine. At the girl's request, she was discharged, although the doctors insisted on hospitalization. But Tina was in a hurry to see her husband, and without hesitation, signed a refusal of hospitalization. During the night, she started bleeding, and the girl lost the baby. From that moment in their family came a black streak. Once happy spouses stopped talking to each other. At the same time, everyone blamed themselves Paul for trying to get up early, and Tina could not forgive herself for her own carelessness and refusal of medical supervision. But time heals wounds. A year and a half later, Paul was already moving on crutches, then with a cane, and then began to walk on his own, occasionally holding onto the walls. Tina tried to return to the modeling business, but it turned out that everyone forgot about her. On the catwalk now shone new stars. In dire need of money, Tina took any job, starring in dubious commercials and photo shoots. They paid little, but it was better than nothing. The girl had to sell all her expensive jewelry and branded things to hold out as long as possible. In time, Paul got a job in a prestigious firm and, thanks to his talent, rapidly rose up the career ladder. Although life began to get better, there was still a chill and alienation in the family. The loss of a child had a negative impact on both. And after all, the long-awaited baby should have further strengthened their union. But fate was favorable to their family and allowed them to feel like parents again. When Tina became pregnant, the ice between the spouses melted, giving way to love, tenderness, and affection. Throughout the pregnancy, Tina took care of her health, remembering the unsuccessful previous pregnancy. The girl walked in the fresh air, ate properly, and tried not to tire herself with physical exertion. But it did not help much, and soon the future mommy learned the terrible news: her child has a heart defect, with which children, as a rule, do not live long. The young parents traveled to all clinics in Los Angeles, hoping for a mistake of doctors in deciphering the ultrasound. But the miracle did not happen. In a few months, Tina was to give birth to a sick child who could leave them at any moment. To Tina's horror, Paul insisted on terminating the pregnancy. Shocked by his behavior, the girl did not recognize the former, loving and tender spouse. Come on, this child will not survive anyway. It is better to do it at once than to say goodbye to him. After a year of suffering and agony, the man tried to explain to his wife his point of view. I will not allow my child to be harmed. It would break me. Don't you understand that? Tina objected with tears in her eyes. What if it's just a mistake? We'll get rid of our little angel with our own hands. Are you deaf? The baby's sick. Half of Los Angeles told you that. The most humane thing we can do as parents is to put him out of his misery. Do you enjoy carrying around the sick and injured? Personally, I don't. Anyway, I shouldn't have gotten involved with you. Because you're defective. You ruined your first child, and now you want to give me a sick one. How can you say that? Tina couldn't believe her ears. After all, I took care of you, kept quiet, tolerated your character, and finally sacrificed my career for you. And now you blame me for not keeping our baby. Didn't anyone ask you to do that? What a Mother Teresa. Tina, I'm telling you one more time, if you don't get rid of the baby, it's over between us. Paul, please tell me you're just joking around. Don't leave us, please. We really need your help. The doctors say a heart defect isn't a cure. If we operate, the baby has a good chance of living a full life. Ah, yes, a miracle operation that's going to cost me a fortune. Have you forgotten that I'm not rich anymore? Or are you suggesting I sell my parents' castle in Scotland? No way. These doctors won't even guarantee the baby's recovery. Paul, I don't recognize you. When did you become such a devil? When I married you, spent a lot of money on the wedding, the honeymoon, and nearly became an invalid after spending my entire fortune on medical treatment. When I married you. It's easy to be kind when you're rich. It's easy to be kind when you're rich. Try doing good deeds when you're poor and have no money, Paul said. If you want to know, I'm glad it turned out this way. I have another woman, and she, unlike you, will be able to give me healthy children. Paul's last words sounded to Tina like a thunderbolt. The girl could not breathe, stunned by the betrayal of the man she loved. Tina regretted only one thing, that her husband had revealed his despicable nature so late. In one thing she was sure of 100%, she would keep the child and, if necessary, at the cost of her life. Not wishing to remain in this house, the owner of which brought her so much pain, the girl hurriedly packed her things and left for Aunt Hilary, who was deeply affected by Paul's deed. There, Auntie, my dream has come true, said Tina. Remember the night before Christmas when we went to the ballet? Paul is the stranger who turned into a giant rat. I sacrificed my life for him, and the girl didn't finish and cried. Honey, remember the baby. It is absolutely contraindicated for you to worry and get upset, answered Hilary. My parents and I will help you as much as we can. Catherine, I think, won't refuse either because she is your best friend. We will definitely apply to the aid fund and get our little girl to have an operation. If necessary, I'll sell all my jewelry and even my apartment. My darling, don't cry. Please don't cry, the aunt continued. Aunt, how can I thank you for your kindness and care? But the last thing I want is for you to lose your apartment. I will go to work if necessary. I will not eat and sleep, but I will save my little girl. And we're going to help you do it. Now you need a good night's sleep. You'll sleep better in the morning. Okay, I think I'll go to my room. Thank you for everything, Tina said and went to her bedroom. She lay on the bed, unable to close her eyes, and it was not until morning that she was able to fall asleep. In her sleep, Tina held the healthy little girl to her chest and cried, kissing her chubby pink cheeks and stroking her soft hair. The little girl looked just like her. The same blonde-haired angel with blue eyes. The next morning, Catherine came to Aunt Hilary's house and began to scold Paul in harsh terms. She and her husband David did not refuse to help. An old acquaintance, Catherine said. Catherine, through old connections, was able to get Tina to participate in several shows and photo shoots for pregnant women, for which the girl was paid decent money. Auntie still sold her jewelry, and Tina's parents sent a tidy sum, which they saved to buy a dacha. Sincere fans of Tina, penetrated by her story, sent money and things for the baby. When the baby was born, the girl named her Elizabeth, so that the angels would keep and protect her. The girl herself looked like a tiny angel. When Tina saw her daughter for the first time, she cried with happiness. The foundation was not left out either. Its founders agreed with the best surgeons in Israel, and the child underwent heart surgery. The prognosis of the Israeli doctors was promising. Little Elizabeth grew up to the joy of her mother, grandparents, and a completely ordinary child, The young mother had no time left for shows, but she had to live on something. Tina was no longer going to follow her relatives. Then the girl decided to finish New York State University of Construction, which at one time abandoned for the sake of modeling career. She became a part-time student. Studying was a joy for her. Tina did not notice how she finished her studies with honors. Red diploma helped her to get a job as a secretary in a leading construction firm. Pretty girl with a pleasant smile at first sight won the heart of the director of the company, Robin. However, Tina immediately made it clear to the man that she is only interested in work and nothing more. Over time, she was able to move up the career ladder, proving to everyone that she has not only a pretty appearance but also an analytical mind. Approaching creatively to the fulfillment of tasks and assignments, the girl always handed over objects on time, while not allowing the presence of errors or negligence in her subordinates. Tina began to occupy a high position in the firm, in which she came to work without work experience and any recommendations. All employees respected the boss, who with her labor and enthusiasm raised the firm to unprecedented heights. And how could it be otherwise? Because she was engaged in her favorite business. Tina was appreciated and respected not only for her determination and professionalism. A harsh but fair woman was kind and humane to her subordinates. In this firm worked a girl named Sophia, with whom Tina began a friendly relationship. The girl was a little younger than Tina, and something was similar to her boss. One day Sophia came to work and solemnly announced that she was getting married soon. Colleagues began to congratulate the girl. Tina, who was curious to know who was the chosen one of her new friend, was not left out. During the lunch break, she called Sophia to the cafe to ask her about everything. The girl willingly agreed, and a few hours later the friends sat in a cozy cafe discussing the upcoming wedding. "Tina, have you ever been married?" Sophia asked, enjoying a strong espresso. "Mrs. Smith replied, not knowing what to say. She didn't want to tell about her failed marriage, so as not to scare the girl in love with her sad story. "So did you or didn't you? I know that you have a child, and with her father you have a strained relationship. Is that true, or are the girls just making it up?" It's hard to call a relationship strained if it doesn't exist. Yes, I was married, and my ex-husband doesn't want to hang out with Elizabeth. Although I didn't forbid them to see each other. He just cut our daughter out of his life. But why? Can a father abandon his own child? Yes, he can. If that man is Paul Smith. What did you say, Paul Smith? The girl repeated, not believing her ears. Yes, you see, Sophia, I didn't always work for a construction firm. I was once a catwalk star, and then, like a fool, I fell in love with a man I didn't know very well. All he wanted was an heir, Tina began to tell me. My first pregnancy came just as Paul had accidentally injured his spine on a wedding trip while I was caring for him, as a result of an accidental fall down the stairs. I lost the baby. Paul changed a lot towards me after learning about this misfortune. But fate gave us a happy opportunity to feel like parents again. But little Catherine was born with a congenital heart defect and was not needed by her father. It's hard to believe, but he insisted on terminating the pregnancy. I still remember the look on his face and the hatred in his eyes for the fact that I could not give him the long-awaited heir. Now, thanks to the help of friends and family, my daughter is completely healthy. Sophia, why are you looking so pale? Are you not feeling well? I'm fine. I'm just a little dizzy. Maybe I shouldn't have had such strong coffee. I'm going out for a minute. I need to freshen up a bit. Can I help you? Tina asked thoughtfully, offering to help. No, it's okay. I'll be right back, she said, and headed toward the ladies' room. The same question was going through her mind: is our kind and caring Paul really Tina's ex-husband? Is her fiancé the same monster who abandoned his own daughter? Or is it just a ridiculous coincidence? Meanwhile, Sophia's cell phone rang, which she had left on the table. Tina glanced at the phone and recoiled in horror as if it were a rattlesnake. A picture of Paul Smith with the caption "Beloved" popped up on the screen. Tina realized with horror what a stupid thing she had done, accidentally telling Sophia the truth about her fiancé. What are we going to do now? Suddenly Paul is different. Suddenly he's no longer selfish, thinking only of himself. I seem to have just ruined his wedding. Somehow poor Sophia, Tina thought, and got up to go in search of her friend. However, there was no need to look for the girl. She herself came to the table and sat down on the sofa. "No one called me," Sophia said. "I heard the call. I guess your fiancé called you?" Sophia picked up the phone and, deciding to finally understand the situation, called her fiancé and invited him to a cafe that was not far from his work. A few minutes later, the joyful man entered the cafe and froze in place, recognizing in Tina his ex-wife, who was sitting opposite his fiancé. Tina noticed him too. Her eyes widened with surprise. Life had taken its toll on Paul over the years. He was not old, but he was still irresistible. There were gray hairs in his thick hair, and the treacherous wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and lips betrayed the bitter fate he had suffered. He regretted his harsh words 100 times and longed to get in touch with his only daughter, Catherine. But he was ashamed to appear in front of Tina, who even now looked at him contemptuously. She, unlike him, had not changed a bit, still as slender and beautiful. "Paul, you're just in time. Have a seat and meet my friend. Does she remind you of anyone? Or maybe she reminds you of your ex-wife who gave you the baby you gave up. When were you going to tell me about this? At the wedding or after? How can I trust you after everything that has happened?" Sophia asked with pain in her voice. "I knew revenge was a dish to be served cold, but I never thought you'd ruin my life, which was just starting to get better. Do you really hate me that much?" Paul said, turning to Tina. "I'm sorry," Tina whispered, feeling guilty about the lovers' quarrel. "I didn't mean to, it just happened." "Tina didn't do anything wrong. She didn't know you were my fiancé. The truth came out by accident, but I'm glad it did. I will never marry a man who has no heart," Sophia shouted, throwing her wedding ring at the groom, and ran out of the cafe. Paul rushed after her, but the girl had already disappeared around the corner in a cab. The man had no choice but to return to the cafe. "I'm sorry, please," Tina said. "I really didn't mean for things to turn out this way." "You're the one who's sorry. Fate punished me severely for my selfishness and indifference. I didn't value my happiness, and that's why I gave it up so easily," Paul replied. "You should not apologize to me, but to your daughter Catherine, who miraculously survived. Why didn't you even try to visit her, to ask how she was doing?" "I was ashamed to show my face to you," the man admitted. To her surprise, Tina saw tears in his eyes, which he tried to hide, not wanting to admit weakness. For a moment it seemed as if the long years that had divided their lives into before and after were gone. In front of her sat the old Paul, whom she had come to love with all her heart and soul. At that moment, Tina realized with horror that she still loved her former husband. "You want to see your daughter? She's beautiful. Don't worry, I didn't say anything bad about you to Catherine. Neither did her mother. If you can, forgive me. I'm very guilty before you," whispered Paul, touching her hand. In his eyes, the woman saw the same fire of love that burned in her heart. "Let's go home and I'll introduce you to my daughter," Tina replied, pretending to be dry and emotionless. At home, they were greeted by a blonde, angelic girl with a stuffed rabbit in her arms. The little girl did look like her mother, but her features were also those of her father, who looked at her and couldn't get enough of his own little girl. Tears flowed down his cheeks. The man did not restrain his emotions and squatted down, hugged the baby, pressing her to his chest. "Mommy, who is it?" inquired the curious little girl. Baby, remember you asked me where your daddy was and why he wasn't with us. Well, you see, he is. He was far away from us and couldn't visit you, my dear. Though he wished it more than anything in the world. Every night he saw your beautiful face and dreamed of meeting you. And then one day his dream came true and he found you and me. Tina told her daughter. Daddy, I love you so much. I knew it. I believed you would find us. Cried the baby and threw herself on her father's chest, hugging him with her arms. It was the angels who brought Daddy back to us, didn't they? Mom? I know it's angels. I often see them in my dreams and even play catch up with them. I love you too, my darling girl. Now, tell me more about your dream. I want to know everything Paul said. But you play here and I'll go and put the kettle on, said Tina, and went to the kitchen. I saw a lot of light in my dream. Catherine began her story. It was soft pink and slightly shimmering. It even hurt my eyes. Suddenly I heard laughter, a resounding, merry one. It seemed to come from everywhere at once and throbbed in my temples. I felt calm and joyful. As I took a step toward the light, I felt an unprecedented lightness in my whole body. My feet left the ground, and I floated smoothly to the clouds. What happened then? Paul asked. I woke up, the little girl said disappointedly. It's nothing. I'm sure they'll come to play with you again. So you believe me? Because Mom and Grandma say that it's my fantasy. I'm flying because I'm growing. Of course I believe you. I'm sure the angels came to play with you. They love little children so much that they come to them in their dreams. There's a reason they call you Catherine. Do you want me to tell you my secret? Of course, Daddy. Enthusiastically said the girl, making herself comfortable on the sofa. I've never dreamed of angels, but that I have a guardian angel. I know for sure, said the man. If it were not for him, I would hardly be sitting next to you. Yes, I have protectors. I'm not making it up. Ever since I was a child, in moments of danger, I have heard a quiet voice that helps me and gives me advice. Paul continued. I remember the first time I heard my invisible counselor. I must have been about 7 or 8 years old at the time. No more. We were walking through the forest with the boys, picking mushrooms. I was a little behind them, and suddenly I heard clearly, "Stop. Don't move." I obediently froze and saw an adder crawling ahead of me. If I hadn't stopped then, it would have stung me. Wow. Have you ever seen your angel? The little girl asked. No, Paul shook his head. I have never seen it, but I heard it often in my childhood and youth. But whether he stays with us or not depends on the people themselves. On the people? Catherine questioned. Angels help only good and bright people. If a person commits evil and despicable deeds, does not repent of them, he loses his protector. Remember, my daughter, offense, anger, cruelty do not lead to anything good. It must be very scary to lose your guardian angel. It's scary, but everything can be corrected. If a person sincerely repent, apologize to God and begin to change for the better, he returns his patron. So take care of your angel, do not do bad things, and your protector will always be with you. Daddy, is your angel with you? I've done a lot of bad things in my life, and as punishment I stopped hearing my protector. But heaven was kind to me and sent me another angel, your mother. I owe her a lot, including my life. Wow, my mom's an angel. You bet she is, Catherine exclaimed. Luckily, you're just like her, my dear and beloved girl. Tina had been standing outside the door all this time, listening to every word her ex-husband said. Tears flowed down her cheeks and her heart and soul sobbed with her. Pride and love were tearing her in two. But true love always wins, breaking down any barriers that people sometimes erect between themselves knowingly. The strong walls between Paul and Tina crumbled, and they realized that they could not live without each other. and their hearts were joined by a real angel, their little daughter with a bright, kind soul. When Paul saw Tina crying in the doorway, he approached her and gently wiped her tears. "Tina, be my angel. Till death do us part," said the man. The girl said nothing. And what was the point of words when two loving hearts, having overcome all the obstacles imposed by the villainous fate, united again? Catherine looked at the happy parents and realized that the angel really exists. After all, they returned her daddy, who will now forever be close to his little girl, who desperately needed a father. There was more peace on her soul than ever before, for Mommy and Daddy were finally together after a long separation. Paul and Tina remarried, which shocked all the relatives who thought that their wedding was a mistake. But how wrong they were. The family celebration was modest, without ostentatious luxury, but remembered happy newlyweds who could not tear themselves away from each other. 9 months later, Tina gave her beloved husband and daughter twins, who were exact copies of the spouse. Years passed, their common children grew up, had their own families, and gave them long-awaited grandchildren. However, Paul still did not take his wife in love and tender look, affectionately calling her no other than my angel.